Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? I'm so cold today, guys. I am so cold. Gonna shake out the shivers, man. Alright, hello, hello. How is everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. So glad to have you guys with us. We're going to start in a moment or two, but let's talk about what's coming up today first. Being the most logical thing. Let's bring on the Wikipedia page, because that's what I've got open right now. With the exclamation mark B, you can go to the official OSC Championship bracket page. As we take a peek here at what's going on. So today, you're going to be able to witness a whole bunch of lower bracket action today. So we're going to be sticking all the way around here, and we're going to start the day off with Skillus versus Art. Then we're going to have the other Art versus Baby Marine. Are then going to go into Nightmare versus Trigger. Yakov versus the winner of Art and Baby Marine. And I believe this series here, this PvP also. So we're focused on this upper little section of the lower bracket. These 5 matches, and that will bring us around to having everything ready from lower bracket round 3 onward. And then obviously, I presume tomorrow we maybe focus a bit more on this, and then it leaves us for a good stretch of the gauntlet ready to go next week. Very exciting. Oh, good. Of course, yeah, I say tomorrow, Sunday is the next day of this OSC Championship broadcast, so yeah. Alright, the green wave. Yes, guys, the green wave is overtaking the lower bracket. Alright, we're going to kick off. I don't think anyone else wants to be in here, so let's get going. So like I say, Skillus versus the Russian Art to start us off here on our first series of the day. Welcome, everyone. I'm trying to warm up a little bit, so apologies. I've just like, as I've moved to like it sounds weird, but as I've moved to like get ready for the stream, just grab myself a drink, I've just been like, oh my god, I am actually so freaking cold. And now it's really in my head, like right now, that I'm really cold and I'm like a little bit shivery, so I'm just like, so hopefully some awesome StarCraft 2 action will warm us up a little bit here. Boy, guys, what a day have I got for you guys. So we've got the OSC Championship, obviously, right now, and then in about 15 hours' time, we're going to be live with the with the All-Stars event from China. So basically, over the next 24 hours, we're going to have this OSC Championship and then like a whole bunch of All-Stars action. All-Stars action is probably like 8 or 9 hours long tonight. So the next 24 hours, we're basically going to be streaming for like, I want to say like 13 or 14 of them. And then we'll take a bit of a break. And on Sunday, we come back with more All-Stars into OSC Championship. It's going to be a banger of a weekend. Super looking forward to it. And excited to watch some games, guys, as we get underway, operational, and ready to see what's coming next. I should put a log on the fire. I just went and turned the heating on. I'm just hoping it kicks in soon, because like it was on earlier, because the radiator next to me is kind of warm. The thing is, usually when the heating's on it, like, it gets really warm in here, but I guess just because I've not had anything going in the room just yet today, it's just like, and the heating's been off for a couple hours now, it's just warm, man. It's just warm. It's just cold, man. I want it to be warm, and I'm thinking of warm. Alright, in the top right side, one of the players we've enjoyed watching thus far in the OSC Championship is Art, the Russian Protoss player who came through those challenger brackets, and has actually had some decent results lately. It's been fun to watch him play. He takes on a Skillus, who we don't see as much as we'd like to anymore, but is still obviously a very solid Protoss player when he gets the chance to show up and participate in these events, so excited to see just what he's got to show for us over the course of this best of 5 as we work our way through this lower bracket action here today. So every single match you see today is going to be an elimination series. Every single game is going to knock someone out of the OSC Championship, so that's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, not that we like knocking people out, but obviously it just means there's a lot on the line, so every series really is very important. Every series really is very important. A little hot StarCraft action will warm you up. I'm really hoping so, man. I honestly think it's just because I've been just sat here just sort of chilling, and like I've moved and I'm being like, oh my god, I'm actually, yeah. But some activity of actually like talking and thinking and stuff hopefully warms the body up a little bit. Probe, nibbling at Probe. Not too much going on honestly in these first few moments already, so things are looking pretty chill in that regard, as we just have the Probe going to turn back around. The Pylon going to take some shots. 2 Probes and the Stalker together will go after said Pylon here for a few moments, just nipping away at that. and taking this down in the next few moments in general. So this pylon will indeed drop. And we're just going to clean that up and give ourselves access through to the expansion, which Art is already heading into himself. There's a difference in openings here, with Skillus opting for the Stargate and hence less, gas-heavy units early. So he'll just have this 1 Adept and 2 Stalkers versus opponent having 3 Stalkers and a Sentry. But then, Skillus has an Oracle on the way, something that the Sentries have already scouted out with their hallucinations. So good job, Sentries, doing your job nicely. And that hallucination is going to follow this Oracle out across the map as well, just to keep up with what it's up to, where it might be going, and just make sure we're in the right position ASAP here to try and to see what exactly is going on. That hallucination fading away as the couple of Stalkers are going to step over here as well. I mean, not sure the hallucination would have made much difference anyway. So we've got 2 Stalkers in the Oracle combined to attack. Right now, a lot of the units just sit in the main base because they're obviously waiting for this attack to really happen. But then you open a couple on the low ground. The Oracle is swinging around the top. It's going to come in to finish off the Stalker that pulls back here. So actually just going to go straight up for the trade. And like I say, a lot of the defense is in the main base, but there's not a lot in the natural, so Skillus is going to find himself a chance to kill a bunch of units. Even if he loses his 2 Stalkers here, this has been a good trade for him. He'll lose one of them, but he killed 3 Stalkers to the 1. He killed a Sentry in return for an Adept. That is a very good starting point for Skillus. And yes, that Oracle obviously usually goes after the mineral line, but he just saw the opportunity to capitalize on the army split. And I love that. What a creative way to make use of the Oracle and what the Oracle does for you, which is forcing your opponent to kind of split up their units into position defense. I mean, again, like I say, you think the main base is the danger. That's where your probes already are. That's why you want to make sure you've got a battery plus some units to push that Oracle back. But made that Oracle dangerous on the natural, and I love that. That was, like I say, not something you see every time, and he saw the chance, he took it, and it worked out beautifully. Skillus with a great starting point in Game 1 of this BO5. And our Stalkers will move toward the upper right. We're just going to see this Oracle still patrolling around a little bit for a moment or two. Again, blink on the way up from both players here. The Stalkers are setting up. I'm just going to see our Oracle setting up as well, guys. As we have a little bit of patrolling around being done. Those few Stalkers will continue to gather together also. So everything just joining up for the moment to see what we can do. There's going to be a few Stalkers over here as well. As you just see a couple of shots already firing out. A little hit here, a little hit there. Getting some work done. We do see again the blink in the robo facility, and so also continuing up into play just for the moment. So again, a lot of that ready to rumble onwards. Again, there are the few extra Stalkers warping in from Skillus. They're going to rally out toward the rest of these Stalkers as well. Gateway coming up from both players. The robo coming up from Art, so he's going to have himself a little bit more commitment through to the defensive immortals potentially here. We'll see how much of that really comes online or not, but he's going to go Observer first. Skillus not adding any other tech at all just yet. Obviously, he went Stargate first, then went Twilight of his own. As he finishes this Gateway, okay, he is going to start a Robo now, but he is going to be focused on applying pressure. He's going to find this pylon as the units are just out of position. He is going to blink away. It was obviously at first maybe after that probe, but can't really justify continuing to go after that. We do drop this Nexus down, but with those Stalkers still on the map, we know that this is obviously going to be a danger point. Because there's 100% a chance Skillus tries to put some pressure onto this Nexus as it builds. And you have to be defensive there while also making sure nothing swings in from the left side. If you're Art, you do not want Skillus attacking in from both sides and really taking advantage of you here. You want to try and steer clear of that as best as you possibly can. Forge and Robo Facility coming up. Battery in production. Oracle in the top apparently is getting a stasis off, but the Oracle has now gone down. So no Oracle play anymore for Skillus as we continue through these next couple of moments. Well, these units are just going to stay nice and passive for a couple of seconds here, not in a rush to really get anywhere or to do too much of anything just yet. And as we just see the Stalkers, going to put a bit of pressure back out the other way, so a little bit of damage being dealt there as well. Yeah, in the end, Skillus doesn't see the chance to really commit through, which is fine. You don't need to kind of be committing through every single time or anything, right? Like, it's okay to just sort of see, okay, this has been alright for me. Let's kind of continue through and see where we go next. A few Stalkers showing up. They're going to chase for a little bit as well. A bit more pressure down. +1 attack and that charge building on both sides currently. As we see the charge on the +1 will come through. Skillus still just maintaining a worker lead, a slight army lead. Slight lead from Skillus, but one that is not necessarily set in stone. One that could absolutely disappear given a moment or two's notice over the course of this. So Yeah, like I said, I like where he's at, but, you know, let's not get over ego. One bad fight in this game can swing super quickly. Absolutely no doubt at all. So, yeah, we're in a good place, but let's not get carried away with what a good place means. There's still a lot of work to be done here at the start of this opening game. Stalker's making a pick off on that right side. Ooh, gonna blink forward. A bunch of these Stalkers are gonna start taking some damage. So a few shots coming through. Chasing away. Zealot's the Immortal coming up, +1 attack coming through. And Zealot Stalker on that left-hand side coming around a little bit as well, as we just see the Nexus dropping onto the 4th base here from Skillus. He's gonna get that ready. Build that 4th into place already. And like I say, holding map control enough that Art is, you know, second-guessing the opportunity to move out at all. Not that necessarily think he had an opportunity to move out, like he has been behind in this game. That, you know, is just a factor. That's something we know. Well, this is not a great fight for Skillus because that's a lot of his units, and if he loses a lot of these, then he's just going to lose a lot very quickly and not really get very much out of this. So having to retreat back, but this was okay because he didn't actually lose that much. I was just having visions where he gets chased down, all those units fall, and this entire game starts to become so much more disastrous for him. As now this army split might be a bit more effective because he's actually going to swing on the right-hand side. He'll cancel the 4th base. Not enough here at all from Art to defend. He's still maybe Art looking to pressure more toward the upper left army, but again, you're getting bullied down, being kept at 3 bases. Supply blocked heavily right now as well, and this means that Skillus is continuing to establish a very solid hold in the early stages of this game. Absolutely feels as though Skillus is off to a fantastic start, and he's got to be loving where he's at right now with the way that things have just played over these early few minutes. Zealot's coming over. Observer will settle and keep the scouting up for a little while as you just see the rest of this army going upwards. Shooting back home, these Zealots are going to commit through, but there's honestly enough units here to play defense. Stasis Ward comes down, the Oracle actually dies, so once more Stasis. That doesn't do too much and does see you losing your Oracle, which is a shame. Let's be realistic, right? You do not want to see that Oracle dying, and yet here we are. Both Oracles in this game have died, so Skillus obviously got damage done early with the Oracles and found value early on in this game, but he did not really continue to maintain those Oracles, and that's maybe one thing we could have looked of, you know, expected to have been a little bit better for us overall compared to how it's actually come around. That Stalker Archon Immortal then moves back over to this direction, just going to be getting zooming through. I mean, again, a lot of units over here are going to be gathering up for a couple moments as well, so all of that coming by for now. See a couple shots coming off, just going to be some hits coming through. We are going to see the Prism and the +3 attack upgrade coming through as well, so with all that coming in, going to clash in the center here as Skillus has, I think, a few more Zealots. You can see those Zealots holding on nicely. He's also got that 1 extra Archon, so he really does just maintain the kind of advantage in this fight and in this army initially, so that part of this going quite nicely. Right from the start, we are going to see these units continue to give chase for just a little bit of time. And also maybe seeing a lot of these Archons getting forward as well, in after those Immortals, getting a little bit more done. Yeah, that was 19 probes going down during this as well, because you've got some Zealots onto the natural, so Skillus kind of wins the fight out on the map and also just wins the harassment war over in the base of his opponent. Not going to leave a few Stalkers here to try and get a little bit more value here on Tourmaline, but things are obviously not looking great right now. There's a lot of damage taken overall. The +3 attack, the probes, the Archon and the Disruptors, all of that coming through too. Zealot, Stalker, Archon gathering in the center here. A few more Zealots warping in. Prism setting up. A Templar coming through, a couple Archons coming by. There's that Zealot and the +3 attack upgrade coming in as well. A few probes continue to produce. And we will just see the rest of this army pulling over to that right-hand side for a couple moments, just getting set over there for now. As, yeah, a couple probes, the Disruptor, and everything else, the +3 attack, all of it moves through over these next few moments. The Stalkers pressure forward. You see again a couple more Zealots, and the Archon all warping in, +3 attack as a part of that. The Disruptors, a couple of the gateways, and the Zealots all building as well, as you see Skillus wanting to press up. As the army supply leader right now, he knows he won that previous fight. He knows he's been winning this game, right? He delayed the 4th for so long. He's won fights after that. There's nothing that's happened here for Skillus to not think that he's in a good position. Gets a couple of Disruptor shots off on the Stalkers trying to make plays, and they did land before the Disruptors got killed off here. It's a pretty good dive from Art, but the immediate issue is going to be Zealots here. Zealots there. Zealots just absolutely everywhere are going to make this so much tougher for you as you see those Zealots continue to swing through just for a couple of moments. 5 workers going down now. Zealots up into the main base, going to take down a pylon as well, so we're going to knock that down too. These few stalkers continue to kite away. Another disruptor shot coming straight by. A couple hits coming straight in, and Art's just going to say GG. There's no way I can do enough to really stabilize in this game, and so he's just going to tap on out of this one, and Skillus is going to take the opening map of the series on our first series of the day. Skillus gets to start up by 1, and we'll see if he can maintain this little bit of momentum as we'll be heading into map 2 in a moment on Ruby Rock. We'll just give the ads a minute to play, guys. I didn't squeeze them in before we started this match, so we'll just start to squeeze them in now, just to make sure we don't have any issues with ads getting in the way of the gameplay. So bear with me a moment or so, but otherwise, we are getting ready to rock and roll into Game 2 of this PvP. Skillus up by 1 in this section of the bracket that is obviously dominated by Protoss. I mean, if you win this, you're going to have to play the winner of Nightmare and Trigger. You win that, I mean, that's going to be later today as well. Win that, you play Shameless. Win that, there's a very good chance you play a Protoss player in the next round. Win that, and you play Christiana. And then finally, there would be a Terran or a Zerg in the next round before Showtime the round after. So there's a lot of Protoss in this top section of the lower bracket, and only one of them is going to get to that kind of gauntlet phase, and even then your PvP would still be tested, like I say. So PvP has got to be a hot matchup for you here if you want to see success in this day of StarCraft 2. Alright, where are we at on the ads? I think we're good to go. Let's kick off into our second game of this PvP. Art and Skillus going to battle, with Skillus taking the 1-0 lead in this best of 5. We're heading into Ruby Rock. I'm going straight into it right now as we have ourselves in the top left-hand side. The red Protoss who will kick-start our series here is going to be Art. Taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom right side, we're going to have ourselves Skillus. Game number 2 then, and Skillus just showing us a very solid, kind of like I say, he took a bit of a lead early, and he really showed us a way of maintaining that lead, I think most importantly. He kept that lead up throughout the game, he kept it on the way out, and he just made sure his opponent did not really take a chance to get back in the game at all, I think, is kind of the important part here. Right, like he made sure Art did not have harassment going his way. He kept him on 3 bases for a long time. He didn't overexpand and create too many opportunities for Art either, which I think is fairly noteworthy overall too. So I think through and through, just a very solid opening game from Skillus. Excited to see what he brings us in this second one now as we settle in. Second gateway coming up. The probe is going to move out onto the map for a few moments. And move this around just for now. Apologies for giving me sniffle a bit, guys. Not really sick, just maybe not 100% at the same time, you know. So, yeah, apologies as we get ourselves into this game 2. Try my best to keep the sniffles off the mic, but sometimes you mid-sentence, you just need a little sniffle to get back on track. Cybercore's building, you have the probes on the way. It's a proxy from Skillus this time, going to throw the robo facility down to the upper right-hand side here of Ruby Rock. So you get Ruby Rock establishing with a proxy, and Art is going to go stalk a sentry. He has probe scouting, and he is going to start pulling this probe now around this right-hand side of the map. So getting this around the right-hand side and going to move over toward this gateway in the upper right as well. So trying to see a little bit of what's going on over that. He doesn't see it though. He actually comes down to the low ground, so he misses where the proxy is actually at. So that's unfortunate. Obviously sets you up to not know what the situation currently is, and not knowing that situation is generally not going to be good for you. So a little bit of a negative there as the robo facilities continue into play. Continue to bring those out. It's going to be the robo defensively then from Art, and now he sees the robo, so now you know what's up. I mean, he's already made his own tech decision. This can change a little bit of how you play the defense, maybe, but generally speaking, he knows where he's at. Skillus going to shade these Adepts away. Does not think he'll get into the main, which arguably there's no probe here, but there probably would have been if we saw those Adepts continue to move toward the base or shade toward the base. We would have pulled a probe over, and that probably does just become a defensive spot. Yeah, the Sentry on the way, the Immortal on the way. Skillus is going to start pressuring. A lot of the time, you can still be in a good spot. This is why Proxy Robo is so good. Because what will happen is going to be that even if your opponent is ready for you, you can sit here and you can deny these gateways and just take a lot of control and then expand yourself behind this as well. So there's still a lot of opportunities. Woohoo, Skillus now losing the Prism. There is still a lot of opportunity here early to really get in and kind of do some damage, even if your opponent knows what you're doing and is really set up quite nicely defensively against you as well. An extra Adept warping in, the few units are going to gather just beneath that Prism as well. Should take a couple of moments. You see the Stalker Sentry gathering up, the Immortal still joining up as well, Prism on the way, Adept on the way. These units are going to start pushing through as we drop a Force Field down. It's going to kind of whiff. Not really doing too much of anything just yet. The Prism continues to settle here. I'm just going to take a little bit of a load up toward the high ground where we're going to Force Field. Uh-oh. Everything was on the low ground. Nexus does have the energy to recall, but if you recall everything, well, I guess you should just recall everything, right? I don't know what we're waiting for, because the only reason not to recall here would be if you then kind of get attacked on the low ground, but there's nothing to attack on the low ground. I guess he was just waiting for his own Prism to show up, and with his own Prism showing up, he's then going to just make the jump up over into this position as we come through, and we are going to see these units starting to fight and battle. Couple of trades coming around. We see Skillus continue to fight here as well. Just going to be seeing the Prism continue to unload a couple more units. Good defense in the end from Ard. He actually really saves himself from a disaster. What I don't love is obviously during this he lost power to those gateways. He has to use the Prism to power them for the near future until the pylon comes up. And that's not exactly going to be a whole lot of fun either, as a couple of Adepts are going to shade up to the high ground. Other units are going to move through as well. We're just going to be having the Stalker. The Stalkers and Adepts poking, they can obviously just lift in the Prism and back away, and now we can look at just killing these gateways from the low ground as well, which is kind of what I was talking about in the first case over here in terms of what we can start to do. The couple of Mortals going to fire their way through a set of rocks right there, and then we're going to turn the attention onto this gateway and continue to chip through that for the next few moments. Just picking our way through this. It's going to take a second or so. A few more warp-ins coming by as well. So a couple more warp-ins coming up. The Immortals coming through. The Adepts are going to threaten a shade once again here. Another few Stalkers unload once more. The Adepts looking to get into that main mineral line. The Immortals here are going to fire. They're actually going to kill an Immortal. Pretty big deal. That's going to help Skillus out a lot. Puts you into a really nice position, honestly, and really set things up very well for you, as we can see the rest of these units still pushing through, still trying to march into this position. Just for a moment or so, Skillus coming straight in, and Phoenix lifts up one of the Immortals, so it does take a unit out of the equation for a little bit. So there's definitely a little bit of a benefit there, but the general scheme of this is that this is doing a lot from Skillus. Now, there's still 2 Immortals defensively, but you're up against 4, so that damage output is massive. And I think that is probably the biggest issue right now that we can't really do anything about, to be honest. This is going to be 4 Mortals, and even if you micro amazingly here as Ard, you really need Skillus to not micro to have a chance, and Skillus is going to double up on the army supply right now. I'm looking to push this one over to victory. GG gets called, and it is indeed going to be Skillus to take a 2-0 lead on this situation. So there you go. 2-0 going to be set up right now, as we will have Skillus on a big advantage at this point, and looking to keep on expanding that onwards as we get into our next map here very soon, which will obviously be featuring Skillus or not, with Skillus on a match point opportunity. So we'll get into Winter Madness to see whether or not Art will come back, or if Skillus is going to be able to make his play and make his move into this next round, which, like I say, will come up much later on today. We've kind of got, like, once again, this kind of PvP club sandwich where we got PvP, non-PvP matchup, a PvP in the middle, a non-PvP matchup, and then a PvP guaranteed at the end. So it's that PvP that's guaranteed at the end that is going to be the winner of this versus the winner of the Trigger Nightmare series. I actually think those PvPs have a lot of potential to be a lot of fun, though. Genuinely actually looking forward to them. I know a lot of the time you say you're looking forward to PvP and people look shocked and aghast and they shy away from you. Like, is this man a crazy criminal or something? No, I actually just think it could be a, I actually just think it could be a fun matchup. As we ready ourselves up for game number 3, let's do this. Like, I know PvP is a little bit frowned upon, but I actually really think Trigger's been playing well lately. I'm going to be super excited to see what Nightmare can do. And honestly, Skillus playing well so far, showing us the chance to maybe, you know, take down Odd, and let's see if his PvP can continue to look good too. Like, they're just interesting players. I actually also think they're well-matched players, right? It's one thing when you get a PvP where it is like, you know, a hero, your max packs versus, you know, some other Protoss, and just really feels like, you know, you're kind of doomed. But it's something very different when you start off with a PvP that's not quite like that, and it's a little bit different, so... yeah. It's one where, you know, you really could see either player doing well. I am cheering on for Odd to take a map, though, at least, because, honestly, I think he's played great throughout the Challenger bracket. He's such a cool up-and-coming player. It's been really fun to watch him play. If this does end up being his last game, then I'll look forward to seeing him more events throughout 2026. Hopefully more OSC events. He looks to qualify for the next year's championship. Odd is our red Protoss in the top left corner of Winter Madness. In the bottom right, from Team Liquid, Skillus will be our blue Protoss player as we get set up here for Game 3 of this series. Gateways, simulators all coming into play. Our probes in production just initially as well, so we bring that through, and we have a couple of those workers crossing by each other in the first few moments. So just going to move on over with that. The probe of Skillus heading toward the main. Both players just scouting early. There's the probe across the map from Odd as well. That's also just looking for a little bit of what's up right now. Now on the 2 gateways finishing up. So just going to get those completed. And yeah, the probes, the stalkers, all continuing through just for a couple moments. Get a lot of this on the way out. Get settled for the moment. Warp gate stalker, a couple stalkers in the warp gate just going to come through. Those couple of warp gates still coming up. Stalker and the sentry coming by as well. Just going to see 2 more stalkers on the bottom side from Skillus. The probe returning back through the center of the map. And again, the stalkers, the warp gates all continuing up here. Continue to get this underway for a few moments. Right about now, a little stalker sentry combo. Just going to settle in on the high ground over here. These couple of stalkers going to come moving along as well, so again, a little bit of movement, a little bit of setting up just for now as we get this all underways. We start with those hallucinations. We're going to both have, or have both players going Twilight Council into, with Nexus this time. So I've seen a variety of builds across the course of this PvP already. 3 maps, and everyone's kind of been doing different things. Skillus mixing it up, Art mixing it up as well. Skillus from that Stargate build game 1, Proxy Robo game 2, and now just into this very typical kind of Blink setup with the expansion. And obviously when both of them expand just comfortably like this, you're kind of destined for at least a little bit of a longer PvP. But there shouldn't be too much difference between the 2 players early on, at least. I mean, the biggest kind of diversity you would see right now is maybe one guy decides, hey, I'm going to try and get away with rushing Dark Templar, and hope he really just doubles down on Blink and Twilight and does not go Robo. So, yeah, we will see that hallucination pulling off to the left side. Stalkers and the sentries gathering. The rest of the units here from Skillus back down to the bottom. And again, that Blink is coming up as we speak. So, bringing all of that up and online. And waiting for the result of this set of movements just for the moment. And got that Blink on the way by, so the Robo facility coming up, got probes coming through, Stalkers and that Sentry still settling down over here as well. Again, all of that just coming into play for now. Hallucination heads to the bottom right side of the map as well, so just will continue to try and grab info. Lots of scouting being done, players trying to make sure nothing, you know, untoward is happening. You know, maybe you find that hidden dark shrine around the edge of the map or so. So Skillus is just trying to ensure that this is the standard kind of blink on blink game that he thinks it is at the moment, which, yeah, at the moment, actually, yes it is. But it is pretty much exactly that. Obviously, like I say, good to know that, and then you can put your third Nexus down in confidence, and you don't feel the need for that Robo facility for a little bit longer. The longer you wait on that Robo, the more you can tech into different things that are just more impactful for now. And we are kind of heading in a positive direction there, I would say, because, like I say, ignore that Robo for now, get some more units up, and you just haven't needed the Robo just yet, so for the moment at least, it makes a whole lot of sense to have kind of passed on that, passing it by for the moment. As you see the 3 Stalkers gathering together here, and we are going to start fighting. Some Stalkers, some Sentries fighting over that right-hand side. Couple of shots coming around. You do see the couple of gateways and the Nexus still building up. Add a couple of probes onto that as well. And the Stalkers keep on fighting. There's another Sentry that's going to drop straight away. Skill's just going to probably have to back away from this. The Immortal coming up from Art as well, going to keep you very safe, and the third Nexus is protected. Skillus, like I said before, is well on his way to his own third base. Oh, we are going to see the difference now, though, as Glaives comes up. So Art looks for like this Glaive Immortal follow-up at this stage. That part actually does become quite interesting here, so it'll be intriguing to see how that pans out. As the Stalkers, the Sentries, join together for just a moment or two. It's just joining up right there. There's, again, that Glaive's on the way through at the moment. Charge coming up. And that's settled into play here momentarily. Everything gathering, just going to see the hallucination coming through for a moment or so as well. Just also trying to see what else is maybe happening, so we just take a couple seconds. Stalkers and Immortal gather together, and again, Glaives, the Adepts, the Prism. All of that also just continuing through for now. So we are going to have that aggressive follow-up. There's always going to be that time when you have Glaives and your opponent just committed into charge, where the Adepts are going to be very effective against the Zealots for the kind of early few moments, right? And that's kind of what we're on our way to right now, where it's like, okay, well, this is my timing window. This is my opportunity. If I can make something happen here and now, there really is a good chance that I'm very happy with the outcome of this in the grand scheme of things. So here you go, push across the map from Odd as he gets across to the other side, looking to see what can be done. A couple more units warping in, Adepts and company all coming up as well here. I'm just going to see this army still heading down to the bottom to get set overall. Adepts and the Stalkers start playing, just going to be seeing some shots coming through, some damage being done. We are going to be seeing Odd looking to, again, get into a good position here. Series on the line, tournament life on the line. As this attack isn't necessarily all in, but Adepts do not scale well later into the game, so you do want to try and take some advantage from this current push, otherwise you don't really ended up in a good position. 7 probes do go down. That's going to put Art a few workers ahead. However, Zealots are hitting the other side, so he's about to take a bunch of damage. The Prism is over there as well from Skillus, so he's about to do a lot of damage. Art more aggressively pushes in right now. You can see the worker kill count going up on both players. So Skillus at least keeping himself ahead there. He is going to lose the third. Funnily enough, he does have the fourth off to the right side, so maybe that fourth base gets a chance to stay alive here, and if that fourth base stays alive, that actually might be, you know, something we can just fall back to here as Skillus as a way to stay in this. He's actually only killed about 10 probes. Odd 130 supply to the Skillus 90 supply. Gonna get a bit more damage done here. What's funny is that we're just winning this fight straight up because it's Stalkers versus the Adepts as well, and the Adepts don't do well against the Stalkers. The probes are annoying, but we can Prism Micro at the same time. Now we show up on the left side. Are we going to get rid of this third base? That'd be incredible, but he has to start playing units instead. He can't allow for just his own units to be dropping here. On the right, these Stalkers are still putting in value. They've found so much. 1, 4, and 5 kills on the Stalkers in the front line there. As, yeah, they're just outnumbering, and we're going to have to recall some units over to deal with this. Skillus insta-recalls in return and is going to get out of there without losing anything further. Man, I gotta say, I kind of like this for, I kind of like this a lot, actually, for Skillus with how much he did. I mean, I don't love the lack of a third, but like I say, this fourth kind of gives him this access as a base. And because we didn't know about this as art, okay, he saw a building. He's going to shade 2 Adepts there now, so he will start to do some damage. Skillus is gathering up. Skillus has a +1 attack upgrade and is about equal army supply. Obviously, some army is split across here and there, so there is a little bit of variation on what army is available for each player. These Stalkers start to attack in. They're going to get forced back a little bit. A couple more Stalker shots coming through. 2 more Stalkers warping in from Art straight away. The Prism loads up for Zealots. We're going to head directly into the natural expansion. These Stalkers are going to shoot through once again. Just get going immediately and keep this pressure up. A couple of Adepts taking damage. Like I say, Prism into the natural expansion. A couple of workers continuing to go down just currently. On this left-hand side, the Stalkers come through also, and they are going to continue to fight on in. We are going to be seeing a couple of Adepts will make their shades and try and get a little extra done. 5, 6 workers going down right now. Make it 7. So once again, Skillus is getting damage done. He was so far behind on supply in this game, and he really used the mobility of his army to at least give himself some chances. To at least give yourself some chances to kind of put him in a fighting position. Most importantly, these counterattacks have been great. Not just at killing workers. Honestly, they didn't even kill that many workers. What they've been especially great at is actually just... I honestly think more than anything else, what they've been amazing at has actually just been their ability to trade with other units that were in that natural location. I actually think that part of this was actually super impactful. We killed so many of the Stalkers and so there, and if Art didn't lose all those units, he might never have fallen off in army supply to the point where Skillus was able to control this game through to a victory. So, yeah, from crazy stuff, as that's going to round out our first series of the day. Skillus comes through successfully against Art, and Art finds himself eliminated from the tournament. Now, before our next series, I'm going to have to clarify, that was the Russian player Art. There is another player called Art who does not capitalize the R, was actually around for longer, and he's a Polish Protoss player, and he's going to be in our next matchup as he takes on Baby Marine. So it'll be Baby Marine versus Polish Art in this second series of the day. That's coming up in a few moments, but we'll just give it a minute for the ads to play a little bit here, and then we'll jump on in and get this one resuming. While we have the ads playing for a second or two, I'll also just bring up, for any of you guys not in the ads, the Ladder Legends poster here, where you can check out one of the sponsors of the OSC Championship. They are bringing you the Ladder Legends Championship bracket, and of course, helping this tournament to be as successful as it is, with all the prize money on the line for all these awesome players. Everyone in the championship, don't forget, gets paid, and a lot of the players in the championship are helping out Ladder Legends to produce content as well. So you can check out ladderlegendsacademy.com or their YouTube or Twitter if you want to find out more, get involved, and start your progress to learning to become a legend of the ladder. Check it out over there. We'll leave that up for a moment or two, like I say, while some ads play here. We'll kick off into a second series of the day. Like I say, Baby Marine versus Art, coming up in just a couple moments in TVP style. And like I say, after this, we have some more PvP. Then we actually have some, I guess it's Yakov versus the winner of this, so either CVP or ZVT. And then some PvP to wrap up the day, guys. So it is quite a PvP heavy day. I know. It's the weekend and we're still giving you guys PvP. Unbelievable. But it's the world we live in. I can't do anything about it. I apologize. I do apologize. Alright guys, I think we're good to go, so thank you Ladder Legends. We'll see more from you guys later on. For now though, let's jump into this next matchup as we continue the games, working into a little bit more coming up. Hey YouTube chat, remember to complain about balance in PvP. Yeah. Look, you can complain. Honestly, I don't mind if you complain, but just don't use the dumb arguments while you complain. Just be like, man, I hate PvP. Man, there's so much Protoss. Just don't try and back it up with nonsense. and then you shall not trigger the streamer. That's the secret to complaining but not getting in trouble for it, you know? Top left-hand corner of the map, our pink Protoss player is going to be Art. Like I say, there's a different Art in case you did not hear us between the games. There's a different Art to who just played. The previous Art was a Russian player. This is the Polish Art. Again, Polish Art's actually been around for longer than than Russian Art. He had the original Art ID. He does not capitalize the R, although it's a little bit confusing because he does capitalize the R on like the American server or something. Although I think that's on the American server. The other Art doesn't capitalize his R. Like he then changes his name to look this. It's really confusing. So TLDR no for now. This is Polish Art player, and that's who you're going to be watching throughout the course of this PvT series against Baby Marine, who, you know, Raynor's brother, had that top 8 in Home Story Cup last year. I absolutely love watching Baby Marine play. You just don't get to see enough of this guy, man. Like, I want to see him in more events. I want to see him in more tournaments. I just want to see more Baby Marine. You know, give me more of this guy. Love it. Absolutely love it. As the SCV will chase the probe for a couple of moments there. Get some damage done. Help to push the probe away for just a little bit. Nexus and Cybercore all building through the Reaper orbital factory, coming online as well, so we bring a lot of that up. Just going to see that probe to the left-hand side. We're just going to have ourselves the Nexus coming down into position. What can we expect out of this series? Art, I actually think, is a pretty well-versed player. Plays a very solid kind of macro style. Baby Marine is a very kind of fast player. You know, he wants to micro multitask. And so I think this is going to be a series of Baby Marine multitasking, playing big bio styles and trying to be a little bit of everywhere, while Art is trying to hold on, play defensive, and like I say, maybe throw some tricks and some curveballs in throughout the early stages of the game to not let Baby Marine set up into that larger bio army early on anyway. So, in my eyes at least, that's kind of the way in which this likely pans out. There's obviously a lot of room for that to move around as well. Baby Marine also likes a lot of the kind of fun aggressive builds like, you know, Widow Mine, Drilling Claw drops, you know, like getting that fast burrow speed and then letting the Widow Mines go to work already and so on and so forth. So that's something else which we oftentimes see from him. So yeah, just a couple of things that we might watch out for over the course of this Yo 5. So we have this game 1 just starting out and coming through. A little Widow Mine shot, gonna hit the hallucination there just for a second. Nothing super crazy, just some damage being dealt, and yeah, Adept in the Sentry gathering as well. Continue to get in position just for now. You see the blink in the warp gate building through as well. And in fact, Marine Mine coming up, Command Center on the way. Let's follow the Adept across the map as Art looks to try and get some info in, especially after dealing with that Reaper already. Just now has freedom to get across the map. No counterattack's going to be happening. So nothing that's going to come his way to kind of annoy or frustrate him. Marines get through. They're going to get after that Adept, and the Adept does take a few shots of damage, honestly. Then peel over to the sides. Widow Mine's going to unburrow, reburrow. Again, just trying to find a position where we can try and be a little bit of an annoyance in these early stages for sure at the moment. So again, just trying to find a way to be annoying. As we do have the Widow Mines going to be coming up to the top. Like I said, it's not some kind of funky Drilling Claw play, but, you know, like I say, don't expect Baby Marine to just play very standard every single game. See how this first triple mine drop does. 1, 2, and 3. Throw it in kind of nice place. So that first one will have to unburr if it wants to avoid the single Widow Mine shot. I was going to say we can definitely save one of these mines. The medevac's obviously very healthy, so no issue at all to kind of lift up a mine or so there and just bring it out and keep it alive. It's actually really nice. Keep 2 mines alive and they can come back later. So 1 mine going down, really, like I say, just not bad at all to start us off here in the early stages. Another gateway going to come through on that right side, and we do see the Raven heading down the bottom left to the far left over these next couple of moments as well. So Raven gets straight over there. He's come through and drop the little auto turret into play, and we are going to chase a couple of probes around with that. Great map awareness of Art. It's going to kill the Wooden Mine before it even gets to fire as well, so that's really just great shutdown. He had the Observer, so he had detection, hence why that shot still went off. So yeah, that really is just a very solid cleanup right off the get-go from Art. Like I say, very solid stuff. And yeah, I mean, the Auto Turret was kind of like the distraction, and then Bay Marine tried to capitalize on that, and yeah, his opponent just said no. Not happening. No distractions allowed on this day. He really does make sure that Medevac doesn't do much. It was honestly like Bay Marine just presumed that Widow Mine was drop was going to be fine as well, because he did not make a play to really protect it at all, right? So he just kind of let it do its thing. He just let it fly. Well, we do have Stim Combat and +1 all building up, so that's all on the way. A few Stalkers around that left side. We'll be gathering as well as we take them on a little bit of a wander. Just going to see a couple of them blinking through for a few moments. That charge coming up, +1 Stim and Combat Shield, all on the way by. Storm is going to be the choice initially here from Art, so heading straight into Storm. It'll be interesting to see how much he plays Storm and how much he plays Colossus. It's kind of been a big question in general in the world of PvT lately. You know, Classic was showing us a lot more of the Storm stuff, but even he plays Colossus at times. Does Art feel confident in just one style across the course of this best of 5, or is he going to indeed be that kind of versatile player that I've sold him as and mix it up from the Storm to the Colossus? Again, if you mix it up a little bit, you're going to challenge the Terran player to always be scouting as well, never being able to kind of blindly figure out what timing you want to get those ghosts at, and so you just want to kind of keep up with that sort of info as well. As the Stalkers blink over, a couple of Marines begin to go down. Pilot stims up, Stalkers getting chased, and the Stalkers do blink away out of some trouble there because of shells and that +1 attack upgrade still building through on the side of Dapper Marine. Again, the Auto Turret just trying to come in, but honestly, so far not really been all that successful. It's been dealt with very well up until this point, so just making sure not much else really comes of that. Ghost Academy going to be added on here from Baby Marine as well, so we'll see that Ghost Academy coming through, get some ghosts up. He's been killing a couple workers here and there, but nothing overly serious. I mean, if we look at units lost in this game, it's been very minimal, right? 8 probes did go down, but it did take a bunch of the Widow Mines. Obviously, the Auto Turret's been harassing too. Feels like a very reasonable amount of workers to be losing out on. You know, it feels like a very, you know, an amount we can kind of really deal with, honestly. So, do not mind seeing that kind of, or those kind of numbers having gone down. As we see Zalt Stalker Archon going to try and make a push in. Looking for a little bit of opportunity right away. And we first see a couple of Widow Mines now taking a few shots of damage as well. So a couple of Widow Mines taking some hits. And Baby Marine not allowed the 3rd base just yet. Art going to try and take himself into an advantage here with the 4th that can come down during this. So we'll try and set up for that. The Bio and the Ghost stepping over. The 4th is not down yet. We are switching to the Robot Bay, by the way, so from the Storm now through to Colossus. Quick to get into all of the different kind of splash damage options for yourself, basically, is the real kind of takeaway from this one in terms of how we're setting up and what we're trying to get done and what we're trying to keep on doing. Solid Stalker Archon gathers together, so we just take a moment there. Sorry, a Storm Drop over here tries to find a little bit, but does not really see too much success either, so not a lot to be done in that position. And again, a couple SCVs went down, but nothing too serious overall, I would say. As see, there's Zalt Stalker going to take its chance to also make a move forward here. Obviously, the rock's going to get cleaned out, and as the rocks get cleaned out, you open up a bit of space to keep on advancing through for the moment. +1 Thermal Lance, the Colossus, all continuing by here just for a couple of moments, so we get that rolling out as well. Continue to bring that over just for the moment. Bio joining up, everything else coming back in for a couple seconds. Just going to see those Colossus settling. Again, Zalt Stalker will gather up as well. He is just going to get that on the go right now as gets set. The Stalker Zalt Archon Force, the Colossus as well, gathering in right now, bringing this all through. T2 upgrades will be building by. That ship weapon is going to be a part of this. It's a lot of units going across this other side of the map. So again, we're making a big play over just for now. See if we want to try and attack into this. Bio is going to be here to try and fight his art. Looks to just run his way up this ramp. couple of tanks and the Widow Mines defensively players off to the left side are not fully involved quite yet, as this 4th base is not going to be allowed to position just for now. Fire still spreading, the CC turning away, a couple of depots taking damage as well. Both those depots taking a lot of shots. Stalkers will help to finish them off. Baby Marine. Gotta try and figure out, how do you fight this? What is the approach here that gives you the cleanup that you're kind of looking for, right? Marine stim over the left side. The Raven is back. Honestly, at this point, would not hate seeing the Raven used as like an anti-armor missile or so. Or just something. I mean, you've got it right. You know, let's make use of it. Anti-armor missile comes down now, and a few Stalkers. The Zealots would have been a much better option. Lovely Storm in the back of the bio, as Baby Marine is going to struggle to clean this up now, because he's still zoned by the Storm. There is still a Colossus left. A lot of these units are just low HP, so I'm not even sure if we really need Splash to finish them off. You know, we're at the point where I think Zealots just charging forward alone are going to be scary, and may actually just be enough to kind of get the job done here in the grand scheme of things. So here the SCV's pulling in, that bunker being repaired, but Baby Marine is not going to be able to repair himself all the way back through into this game, and that is going to be Art taking game number 1 of this series. So Art gets off to a 1-0 lead over Baby Marine, and the Green Wave looks to continue. As if we lose Baby Marine, we lose yet another non-Protoss in the lower bracket, but this was just game 1, so we'll see what happens as we get into a game 2. In a couple moments, guys, we'll just run the ads. As we're going into Mothership, and the way Baby Marine likes to play, I could absolutely see him getting into a long, drawn-out affair on Mothership, to be honest, so we'll see what happens. Get into that in a couple of moments, guys. Get this ready to rumble. Alright guys, so we'll take a moment or so and get ready to go. Thank you for your patience. I think we'll just get started. I think we're going to be alright. Well, let's do this then. Alright, kicking off, getting this on the go. Getting this one started here and ready to roll. We're going to have ourselves a Mothership to determine what goes down. As we are going to have in the bottom side of the map, the pink Protoss player is going to belong, or is going to be, it's not going to belong to anyone, it is going to be Art, who does have the lead of this series belonging to him. Alright, there we go. We'll use the word belong in the end. Is that sunlight coming into Wardy's room? Is that loud? Yeah, I opened the, there was some fireworks going on yesterday, and I opened the window to try and see where they were coming from. Or opened the blind, I was like, I obviously just didn't pull it back down, and then this morning I walked in my room and I was like, man, it's kind of nice and light in here. I think it's because, since I got married, I have a bunch of, like, wedding cards on my windowsill. So because I've had them there, I've been less inclined to like move the blind up and down so it doesn't knock anything over and stuff, you know. So so yeah, I've not really had the sunlight just coming through for a while. So yeah, just better sunlight today. Just now, it makes me forget though. I actually look out and get very distracted when the blinds are up because I can see out the window obviously, and I kind of look out a lot of the time and I'm like, oh wow, it's like that's happening over there. I mean, I can only really see some houses and some fields, but like we live on like the top of a hill, so you can see quite far. So it's kind of just like a nice view to just kind of look at it and be like, oh, I see a car like really far away just driving along, and then Widow Mines killed 20 workers, and people are like, Wardy, hello, is this observer blind? And I'm like, well, not blind because I'm actually looking at a car that's really far away. It's just that's not in the game. So yeah, that's a little bit of what happens. And that now I've been mentioning it, I mean, now I'm actually looking out the window again. I need to turn my eyes away or shut the blinds back. mean, now they can spend quality time together looking out windows. Yeah, I mean, she loves looking out the front window. She loves barking at everyone doing anything like out in the street or anything. She absolutely loves that. She just thinks it's like, she just 100% believes that that's like her space to just be like, whoa, 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 you're walking out on my street. She's like, whoa, 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 whoa. There's actually a lot of dogs that live in our like little area, so she sees a couple of them all the time. Like our next door has a dog, across the road has a dog, and you know they come out and run around a whole bunch. And so she's always like, "What the hell?" And sometimes they come over to our like drive or whatever, and she's like, "Whoa, whoa, hold, who the heck do you think you are?" Then there's another golden retriever that lives like across and along from us, and she really likes him. So anytime his family comes out the house, she's like, "Do you have my friend? Is my friend with you?" She's like, "Okay, no friend sighting today." She's like, "But next time, I'm gonna see him again some point. I'm gonna see him. I'm gonna find him." Like, Ellie, he lives there. He will come out the house. She loves looking out the windows. The TLDR. She loves it. Game 2 of our second series of the day. I'm so excited for the All-Stars event, guys. I'm kind of excited to stream at weird hours. Like, I know it's dumb. I'm probably not going to feel like that when I'm waking up at 3 AM, but like, I don't know. Something about just casting StarCraft in the middle of the night because there's a sick enough tournament to justify doing it is kind of exciting. So, excited for that later on today. It's going to be good. As these Reapers and Hellions are going to hop up into the main base to try and see a bit of what's going on. Workers going down. 2 probes being killed already. A couple more workers dropping here. 4 going down. Make us 6. Some pretty serious damage, honestly, with these Hellions coming through and looking for a little bit more at the end there. Does not find it. Thought we maybe had a chance to get a little tiny bit extra out at the end of that, but it doesn't happen. Still, 7 workers. Very good start from Baby Marine. Picking us off into a pretty good position here in the early few moments. And Adept is going to come across the map shading. Trying to see a bit of what's going on as well. So obviously Art will move to the other side. Look for some info. Try and figure out what we can do. Banshee tank and Marines on the way up. The cloaking is on the way out as well, so we get a lot of that coming through the barracks building. And the Adept is going to come over and make a shade into the main base. So just going to try and get some info. And actually there's a Banshee here that can clean up the Adept at least, so we do have something that can fight back if nothing else. That's nice. As, yeah, that Adept was obviously kind of alone otherwise. I mean, you confirm the Banshee. I don't think that's a real major surprise or anything at this stage, to be honest. I think that's just kind of like, oh, okay, there's a Banshee there. You know, I kind of expected it. You know, now we confirm it. And obviously it's worth for this Banshee to just get the cleanup and to make sure nothing else really comes of that, so... Banshee tank Marines cloaking, continuing to come through. Just got this next barracks on the way up as well. Bring that into position already. And next is the probes, the stalkers, all building up. And again, Banshee tank Marine coming through for a couple of moments as we get established for the moment. The Marine tank is on the move. We do have the +1 attack upgrade as well in the engineering bay. The charge is building up. A few extra probes on the way. Yeah, in the center of the map are a few stalkers. They're going to blink back toward the natural expansion as the 2 Banshees are going to get rid of a worker for the moment. Just going to pick that off. Bio tank heading to the bottom right. We're just going to be seeing this pylon is going to be a target. I mean, the stalkers are chasing. It's probably not worth finishing the pylon off and giving up the Banshees. But I didn't hate putting some damage on it, right? And it puts a bit of pressure in. Stalkers in the middle of the map as the Marine tank here sees the observer, so you know you've been spotted. I like the siege because you know you've been kind of sighted out. And the Stalker's actually in a position over the right side. Actually very smart from Art, if this wasn't his intention, to kind of catch these units by hiding these units there and then jumping on them when they moved again. He's going to maybe be able to get rid of at least a siege tank here. Or he might not be able to. Hits the few Marines a couple moments as well. Probably doesn't really help him out. But more shots coming through, bit more damage being done. Yeah, that's not... he gets the tank in the end, but maybe... I mean, I guess I thought he was only going to get a tank, so I guess it's not that bad. The Banshees are still around. They've got that pylon they could finish up if they want to do something to begin with, I guess. But, guess we'll see. Going again all the way out to the left. The Observer just spotted them, so, yeah, this attempt... I guess they were just trying to reposition on the map, actually, overall. It's unfortunately not going to go too hot for you as Banshee going to come in. A couple more probes going down, so a little bit more being done. The Stalker's going to come across. At least this one Banshee does find some damage. We get something out of this at the end of the day. There is some value to be had as the Stalkers step over. 6 probes going to be the final kill count there, so Banshee has a good time. More Bio Army actually coming down the right. Apparently these Stalkers have missed this as well, so they just are unaware that this is happening, which is a little bit of a shocker, to be honest, that you just kind of miss and whiff on this one. But yeah, a little bit of unawareness at the moment as we continue through. We'll get a little bit more cleaning up done, so we are going to find a bit more damage. A few of these probes keep going down as well, so shots coming about. 2 workers going down. The Zealot's going to return to this bottom right side with the Stalkers and a Sentry. Again, this Nexus still taking a few more hits just for the moment, so damage being done. And we are going to see the Bio is going to be forced to pull away. The Stalker's blaming for the medevac, gets about a half-full medevac here. We're going to drop back to the high ground for a couple of seconds. I mean, the tanks are putting serious work onto these Stalkers. The Stalkers are taking a beating as this Nexus is nearly dead, so we've nearly killed the natural on this offense out of Baby Marine, which I think that alone is kind of crazy. Don't get me wrong, good position. At the same time, some Stalkers across the map are dealing damage. That's where the SCV kill counts are showing up from on the side of your screen. So that's going to be 8 workers killed. But Baby Marine still kind of holds a position here as Ard is going to expand out over the left-hand side. Baby Marine take out this gateway, and all of this is kickstart because Ard just did not see this army moving down that right side of the map, getting in position and getting set up to absolutely deliver a blow. And it has been an absolute blow that's been delivered as well. No doubt about it. Viking Mine, Marine Marauder all coming through. The Bio going to stim again. Just going to see a couple of shots still coming about. The tank gets cleaned up. Can we get rid of the Colossus? It's in a bit of an odd position, but running around the corner against the Colossus is not exactly going well for you. The Banshee shows up to deal some damage. If we have no anti-air, no detection, maybe there's some hope, but there's a battery which is going to buy you even more time to get set. The Banshee, I think, smartly just backs away and says, okay, for now I'll not do much else. I like this because now you're going to go from dropping here into dropping the main base. So this is going to really draw the Protoss out, who now has to defend the front and all the way back in the main from this drop setup. A couple of pylons that can just go down, right? Good Widow Mine shot hits the center of those Zealots as they try to move through initially. Kind of liking a lot of this. The medevacs load up again. One more Widow Mine shot coming down and connecting straight away. We are going to lose the full medevac that had, or the half-full medevac. That part really is a bit more painful, right? Because then you're, losing a medevac that really maybe had chance to get away, maybe had chance to actually scoot on out of there, and now it does not get that chance. It does not present that opportunity, so a little bit rough as we see the Zealot Sentry. Stalker still gathering up. A couple Colossus continue to step forward onto the map. Also get toward the center. The Observer still moving over on the sides, and again, it's Marine, Marauder, Viking all on the way up. A couple mines, Command Center, and the Starport building as well, adding on the armory here from Baby Marine. The Army of Art. They're going to take a chance to step forward to the center of the map. So let's warp in. Dark Shrine coming up, as the couple extra gates will be along with that as well. So got all that underway. We have a good amount of Vikings here. They're hitting the fake Colossus initially. So fake Colossus go down at first. It's not like the Vikings are taking much damage yet. We're going to be backed right to a corner. This is where the Colossus are going to absolutely laser beam the way through the Marines. Oh my goodness. Those Colossus just did mega damage, honestly. That said, we are losing them. Maybe we could save this one in the Prism for a moment or two, but the Vikings are going to clean out. The Vikings are actually going to step forward and go after the Prism following this. This was not pretty for Art. He actually ends up losing a lot. In fact, he might end up losing everything. Now, he cleaned up a lot as well, including a lot of SCVs. Baby Marine is going to come out on an army supply lead. It's going to be fairly equal work account, which is good for the Terran, considering the Terran player has mules to play with, so their economy is almost always benefiting from a trade like this, where they have a few more workers coming out of the exchange. Extra DTs coming up. The Ghost Academy is now producing. Marine Marauder medevac building as well. The Bio coming over with a couple of Vikings joining up together. Bio keeps moving through. DT is going to slam through a couple of the SCVs as well. The DTs are definitely annoying at this point. I mean, Baby Marine does not want to have to spend time running around clearing up Dark Templar. It's kind of becoming a bit of a messy game, right? And DTs are the sort of thing that can maybe swing that mess into your opponent's favor. What I do like is obviously you've got the 4th base down in position, so Baby Marine is going to have that to work with here at the very least for the foreseeable future. So that part should be good. We drop a mule down onto that 4th, the Bio and the Medivacs and the Vikings gathering together as well. So let's Stalker Colossus Force. Settles to put some pressure in. When I say pressure, I mean killing the rocks. Yep, those rocks felt it. It's always rough on Mothership. You spawn in. You really aren't in a notable place if the game goes long, and as the minutes tick by, those rocks feel more and more as though there's no chance for them to survive, and bam, next thing you know, Protoss just attacks them, takes down both, back to back as well. No reprieve here. Here's the benefit of the rock spots spawn in the top left-hand corner. They're actually pretty safe, because in this scenario, you benefit of a 3-player map. One set of these rocks will probably stay alive, unless something really weird happens, so... yeah, some rock analysis for you guys here. Let's just have the Shadow Stride coming up. And yeah, the +2 armor upgrade coming about as well. Got the Ghost Gallery, getting the Ghosts out, just gonna see the +1 ship weapons, 2-2 upgrades. All of those little bits and pieces continue by for the next few moments as well, so again, a lot of that just coming straight into play. Planetary and the rest of the bio settles in during this, and continue to see what else we can get done for the next few moments. Rock analysis is the best? Yeah, well, you know, they say I only say what's on the screen, so sometimes I like to go a little bit more in depth to really, you know, prove that my years upon years of StarCraft experience has something more than just explaining what the screen shows you, you know? Got some Attacker stuff. How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 85-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for subbing up today. Thank you for the Prime. Bio gathers, a couple units moving around, that disruptor setting up. It's going to be seeing a couple of disruptors and stalks coming through. Bio pulling back, the army gathering. Go for the Peaches. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you for priming us up. Keep the Primes coming, guys. We are a well-oiled machine that turns Prime subs into StarCraft 2 content. We want to keep feeding it. Get them Prime subs coming in. That Disruptor gets caught. Baby Marine, I like this fight for him as long as he avoids the Disruptors mostly. It feels like he's kind of catching the Protoss a little bit off guard initially, but also like the Stalkers just do not get after those Vikings at all. So the Vikings kind of live a long time. The Colossus go down. The Disruptors are maybe the biggest threat. I think the other biggest threat in the end here is there's actually just a lot of Zealots. I mean, maybe don't have a lot to really kind of shove the Zealots away just yet. So for now, at least, this is maybe not as great as you wanted it to be. Vikings, the Medivacs trying to run on out of here, running up toward the top side for a few moments. Zealot, Stalker, Disruptor all still gathering together and just going into the center here. A bit of the Bio Medivac army. The Ghosts involved as well, just up to the top. Also hanging out and waiting to see what is coming next. 3-3 +2 ship weapons, advanced ballistics, the Liberator production continuing. Zealot, Stalker, Disruptor coming over in this direction as well. So coming straight through here, Disruptor shot. Just going to be clipping at a couple of those forward units. We'll see the Rock's taking some damage. The Vikings able to get the Observer right now, so able to make that pick off. The rest of this army still coming through and navigating around for, like I said, just a couple of moments to try and figure out where exactly we're at this point in time. 3-3, +2 ship weapons, advanced ballistics, again, a lot of the good stuff. Very much so on the way right now. Let's come over this right-hand side. Another Disruptor shot is indeed going to fly already, and 14 SCVs going down. There's DTs just on this top side base. So Baby Marine taking a lot of damage over there. 14 workers killed. So yeah, very good amount of damage taken initially on that one. A couple of these disruptor shots will continue to fly in. Sorry, marauder shots flying in onto the disruptors, I should say. Be a little bit clearer about what's going on. We've seen the entire Protoss army is going to retreat back down that right side. Love those DTs. They got a lot done. However, costly if you lose them. And you can see the bio army's kind of hunting for them, but they're not in any of the corners. Them running a bit further over to this far left side is going to benefit you here as Art. And is going to, for now at least, keep you out of that trouble that maybe you were just so close to actually being in. If you lose all those DTs, I mean, it's a scrappy, close game, right? And, you know, okay, Art's getting a lot of bases up. I mean, maybe the scrappiness of this game is disappearing a little bit. I do feel like Art's army is still pretty scrappy because it's like Zealot, Stalker, Disruptor. Disruptor shot lands but doesn't kill anything. Next Disruptor shot well split away from. Beat that next Disruptor shot. That's why Disruptors just don't feel like good. Like some of these Disruptors are hitting and they're just not killing anything. And the thing is, it's like a lot of the time with Disruptors in this scenario, you're never looking to capitalize on a Disruptor shot. You're looking to just help your army get away. But then it feels so bad because the Disruptors that are landing, you don't get anything out of because they're barely killing anything. They're bringing units low, but there's just no capitalization because you're in retreat mode. So it is nice when you're kind of attacking in and the Disruptor lands and then you're going to pounce forward and take advantage of that damage. But there's a lot of scenarios where that's not the case, and that's the DTs going down as well. All but one, maybe this one as well. Wow, that's a bunch of supply going down. And like I say, expensive supply of that. Replacing Dark Templar is not going to come cheaply. 4 more libs coming up. The Starport and the Command Center building through. We have the army back to the top side. The Ghost is going to get hit for a few moments as well. Stalker's getting underneath. Full medevac goes down, so at least we get some recovery from the DT losses. So that part is nice, as now the Stalker's coming through. A couple of Zealots getting after the SCVs. The Bio looking to press forward with the rest of this army. The couple of Liberators already sieging up. The Disruptor shot flies through already. And there's a lot of Liberators. I mean, the Tempest production has begun from Art, and that's going to be pretty necessary right now because without the Tempest, these Disruptors are really just going to own this game, to be honest. So you kind of got to get toward that, otherwise this, I mean, it already does not exactly feel great. And 2 Tempests coming up, that air weapons coming through, and we'll see the Liberators sieging once again as a few of these Stalkers taking damage. Disruptor shots coming through, hitting a few of those Marines. And now this Viking force continues to chase. Tempest been in some trouble. Viking's still going to be there. The army still pushing forward. This Nexus going down. There's a lot of bases to work through here, though, from Baby Marine. How well can Art slow down this Terran force? And at what point does he find himself in position to actually attack in here? Liberators in anti-air mode, just going to chase forward to try and chase down the Liberators, funnily enough. Sorry, the Tempest, funnily enough. I was going to say, we do actually need to stop and actually let those Liberators fire sometime, if that's the plan. Right there, they were kind of being over-microed. And once those Liberators siege, the ground army is just melting, though, and that's obviously not pretty at all. A lot of damage being taken on that. It's going to be seeing the Bio going to stop and fight. A bunch of probes will be going down. We continue to chase those workers away over to this left-hand side. So, yes, a bunch of damage being done here already. 8, 9, 10 workers going down at this point, so a lot of damage being dealt. Right now, do we just swing to this upper left side and just keep taking down these bases? That might be a cool option, but it does take you away from the Protoss play, and Art says, hey, I need to do something, so he's going to come back in over here, and he's going to try and take a base out himself. I like the idea, but his army's very, very, very small at the moment. Like, Baby Marine really won this previous fight, and the issue is going to become, if this army goes down, then there is nothing protecting you in the future either, right? So it feels like we're not far from really seeing this just become maybe a little bit too much for our Protoss play. I mean, 120 supply kind of says that. He had a lot of bases, but he had a good amount of workers. He's just been in such a busy game. He's never built up much of a bank, and obviously he lost so much before. He's already spending that bank a little bit too, without being able to remax off of it, because like I say, it has been just an expensive affair as of late. The Bio and the Ghost continue to move through the center. A bunch of workers going down. 9 SCVs dropping to the top side of the map. So another 9 workers going down. The DTs here are going to go for the Planetary Fortress, and that Planetary Fortress is going to be denied. So the Planetary drops down. 17, 25 SCVs still falling. The Bio coming through. A couple of these DTs getting cleaned up still. I mean, hey, that's a lot of worker damage, but we got to still consider, can we even kill the army? Killing all the workers of Baby Marine right now when you never get anything killed in his army ever again just isn't going to matter. We're at that kind of point where maybe like a couple disruptors will kill some things, But this Stalker Zealot kind of combination is very unlikely to do much of anything, to be honest. Like, I just do not see what exactly we think is going to be necessarily coming of that. Stop the shot coming through. Just going to be trying to push in, clean this up. We just hold the high ground here because the Siege Deliverer is up, so you can't really run in after this, and there goes all your production. If Art doesn't have money, he's not going to have the chance to really, rebuild this production either. He's not going to be rich enough to do that, so another way in which this just looks to get worse and worse as the bio pulls away. A couple of EMPs still coming down. We get rid of a couple more Zealots. The Stalkers in some trouble as well. It does look like Baby Marine is going to be taking this game too. I mean, we kind of probably knew that for a little while, but there's not going to be any kind of last moment surprise. That means we're going to get tied up. There's still the DT's been annoying, but we still have orbitals. There's a lot of bio at home as well. Like, this is just this little squadron of bio at this point, and that alone is kind of being an issue for Art. Never mind when units from the other side of the map decide to show up and try and make themselves known about here as well. Like, that's going to just create even more of a problem as these Stalkers will step forward. Some pressure in. And that's going to be GG's as we round this one out. And that is indeed going to do it for this one. So Bay Marine is going to tie us up 1-1 in the series. And we did indeed get kind of a longer drawn-out game between these guys, as I was sort of suggesting was definitely on the cards, definitely on the, the table of what could maybe happen here. Especially Bay Marine, I know, likes, sometimes just gets into these longer games with the way that he plays, especially because a lot of the time what Baby Marine does is he drops around everywhere, and so this is actually Baby Marine who just kind of settled down into the longer game. He actually just accepted that this game was going to kind of get lengthened out and just kind of went from there, and actually made a pretty darn good showing of it. So, cool stuff. We're going to ready ourselves up for a third map here on Celestial Enclave in a couple of moments, guys. Game 3 of this series. Obviously, just after a long game. We'll run the ads, and once the ads are done, we'll head into Game 3 of Series 2 today, in day number 5 out of 9 of the OSC Championship. Ladder Legends Championship bracket. So, yeah, day 5 of 9. One more day of this week on Sunday, and then next week, I think it's just Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Back-to-back-to-back days with content. So, very exciting there as well. Very exciting. Alright, let's jump into Game 3. All tied up, Celestial Enclave, another map that I always feel like should play into kind of like a big game because you've got that in-base expand, there's a lot of bases just available in general. I always have that tendency to think that you get into Celestial Enclave and the macro game is on the way, and especially after what we just saw in that last game, maybe that's gonna be amplified, that feeling. I will say, the one cool thing about that last game is obviously it kind of got aggressive early, so while it was a longer game, it was never really that kind of big, kind of camped out sort of situation until maybe toward the very end, perhaps it got a little bit towards there. So yeah, just something cool to think on as we have Art in the upper right, Red Terror in bottom left. Baby Marine, yeah, that last game was kind of exciting early on, wasn't it? There was a lot of trading, there was a lot of, there was a lot being done to kind of get us to where we ended up, to be fair. Game 3. Who will take the lead? Who will get into the advantage? This is the first round of the lower bracket. This is the least advanced part of the bracket right now, so we're doing some good work here today to kind of get this through and to, basically get to the point where we, knock some plays out, but like I say, progress this lower section of the bracket into a good position, so yeah, it's going to be fun to see where the bracket's at come at the end of today. Definitely looking forward to what that looks like. CV comes by, just gonna get a little nibble off onto the probe for a moment or two. And Nexus building, Marine on the way out, the orbital command is gonna start. SCV chases the probe for a couple of seconds as well. It's just going to get through with that for the moment. A couple of SCVs going to drill away at that probe, so some damage being done. Next is Cybercore, all coming through. Probe gets in after the SCV. Can Clem play from Hangzhou? Or for OSC? They'll have organized it so he can play. He won't play live from China. He will just play either pre-play or he will either play live from China or sorry, he won't play live from China. He will either pre-play or they'll just put his matches next week when he gets home. Yeah. So yeah, no Clem today. I mean, there might be Clem on Sunday in the OSC Championship because they might have already gotten Clem's match pre-play, but he's quite deep in the bracket, so I'd be surprised if they pre-play that much ahead of time, to be honest. I think it's more likely he just plays next week. Because the top side of the bracket has Shin, Kua. Yeah, Kua's away right now as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they just did that top section of the upper bracket next week. But I don't actually know the schedule. It could be Sunday's games. They could have just pre-played it all. So, yeah. No Clem today. Well, that's not true. We'll have Clem. Like I say, it's kind of weird because it's kind of tomorrow, but it's also in the middle of the night for me, so it's kind of like today, but tomorrow. We'll have Clem versus Classic from the All-Stars event. We will be streaming that, guys, in 13.5 hours. Oh my god. In 13.5 hours, I'm going to be starting a big stream. I'm going to have to try and sleep at some point before then. Oh, it's going to be a day, guys. It's going to be a day. Starport on the way. I proxied here from Baby Marine, so he wants damage done early. Interestingly enough, he's going to go for the Hellion drop, then into Widow Mine. So he's going to have a Widow Mine follow-up to this initial Hellion drop. So we'll see how that goes. Clem in 19.5 hours. Yeah, he's pretty late on in the day, so it'll be much later on than what we are at, than when we start, but I'm just hoping it goes smoothly, guys. The worst thing that can happen for us is it's a rickety affair when I have to wake up in the middle of the night to cast it. I really just want to wake up, cast a bunch of good StarCraft, and just it be good, you know? Hellion's going to run into the natural initially, so it's going to be an undefended position, and we are going to see 7 workers going down very quickly. Make it 9, make it 11. We saved 3 out of 4 Hellions as well, so that really is kind of as good as it gets right there. That's a pretty darn dreamy starting point. That's really, really nice to begin with. At least 12 probes going down. That's a very solid way to begin things. The Stalkers get in there after that Widow Mine. So the Widow Mine shotgun going for a probe as well. The Stalkers continue to come through. Yeah, this is really bad. Hellion's obviously again taking advantage of the additional distractions. Going to go up to 20 kills in total. So 20 kills for 2 mines and 4 Hellions. It's a fantastic starting point from Baby Marine. Now there's going to be a proxy across the map. Art just says screw it. I'm horribly behind. Let's just try and apply some pressure. Let's just go and try and kill you, because there's nothing that's going to really work for me in a longer game right now. So I do not mind him throwing down the gateway and just saying, hey, look, you built a bunch of units early to do this damage. Maybe I can come across and catch you unprepared with not enough units defensively. I'm going to say it's unlikely. I think the tank's in a good position. The double bunker's obviously going to help a lot. See the tank there already getting 1 shot off. There is mobility. You can move around. You can blink in over here, for example. But there is a tank positioned over here, too. Kind of depends where you think those units are going to come from, like I say. I mean, you can reposition that tank to defend more of the natural. Or you can defend more kind of this side. I like this wall. This wall actually does protect you from a blink in over here. Because you're actually always going to blink in over on this side. So moving this tank over here was the right call. The bunkers going to hold. I mean, the Stalkers have a lot of space here they can kind of wander and sit in, but they're not really making progress. And as long as they're here, you can bring the other tank forward, because you know, yeah, if the Stalkers are here, just to finish that point, if this tank is if you Stalkers are here, at the very least they have to blink, then blink. So for now, you can bring the tank from here, defending this area, over here. So you just saw that happening to just help you understand a little bit of the measures that we're going through as Baby Marine kind of systematically works his defense into position. And yeah, Art just took too much early damage. The counterattack obviously does not land. And we go to a game 4 to try and close out this series in favor of Baby Marine, who takes a 2-1 lead. Right, let's get this up and running, guys, as we head into 10,000 feet for map number 4, and we'll see if Baby Marine can take a win, or if Art is going to bring us back to a tied up 2-2 matchup here. Oh. In the top left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the pink Protoss player. Down a map, in this series, it is going to be Art. Up against the red Terran in the bottom right corner, this is going to be Baby Marine. See if Baby Marine has more sneaky ways to try and get himself into a strong position early on. Or what exactly he might have in store for us here, as we wait to see what comes about in this game at number 4. Next and Cybercore both building, the orbital command morphs in. Get that up and running for a couple moments. Yeah, the Marine coming through as well, so just bringing that into place right now. SCV gonna go scouting down to the bottom left-hand side. To try to see just what's going on. And yeah, take a couple moments to maneuver and scout and get all about. SCV going to join up there, Marine going to be there, Command Center dropping down onto the Natural. Depth in that warp gate. And getting set up. Hellion and the starport coming through. And just have the Command Center building. Getting that finished up on the Natural. Bunker coming in. Get that going. Marine going to be there as well. And again, a couple of Hellions in the bunker. All coming around as our Stargate, Warp Gate, Adept building at the moment. Adept and Stalker together will set up. The Adept starts to shade down toward the bottom side of the map initially. A couple of Widow Mines, the Tech Lab, and the Orbital coming through. Oracle, Warp Gate, Gateway. A couple of probes coming around as well. These two Hellions will get him moving just for a couple of seconds as well. It's just moving across for now. Just going to be seeing how our gateway is coming up. The Oracle and Warp Gate coming by. The pros build into place. Let's get this on the way. Again, the Medevac setting up. Barracks going to lift off the Tech Lab. Now going to be seeing the Widow Mines jumping into the Medevac here for a moment or two. Top Oracle makes its way to the bottom left side, so just going to get across there. You're going to go moving a little. Oracle is going to go get into position as the Medevac boosts along as well. Just going to see the Stalker's going to be there, and the Widow Mines are going to unload, but they just unload on top of these units. Stalkers do not have Blink to get away, so 2 Stalkers go down, 4 probes go down. This Hellion is going to keep swinging at the mineral line as well. It's going to reposition a little bit. Can we get one more probe? We should be able to with target firing, but the battery actually does some healing, so that's going to help out. 5 workers going down. The double oracle across the map, though, is going to go undefended as there's no anti-air here, so it's going to be actually, in the end, Baby Marine who maybe takes the most damage out of everybody. He is taking an absolute beatdown at the moment, in fact, so that's not looking pretty. In fact, that's looking pretty rough, and these oracles continue to get to work as they just continue to knock through a few more units here for the moment. So damage continues to be dealt right now. Oracles activating, SCV still dropping. You're going to see the Phoenix coming up, a few Marines in the tank coming online, and a lot of the rest of this just underway at the moment. And this is 15 SCVs killed, so while it looked good for Baby Marine to some extent, the damage done by these Oracles is obviously incredible in comparison, and that is going to be the pain point here as the Oracles pull back into the center. Banshee is moving up into the main base as well. Just going to fire, a couple of shots going out onto the probes here. Phoenix continuing through onto the Banshee as well. Banshee is going to end up going down. Thermal Lance, 2 probes, the Nexus, all of that still continuing in. The Phoenix down to that bottom side, moving across as well. Just going to see the Phoenix and 2 Oracles still about. I mean, there's a bit more anti-air available now, so we've got a little bit more that can kind of fight through here and fight back a little bit, so that should definitely help. As we do see the Oracles and the Phoenix go back the other way just for the moment. Scan onto the third Nexus, so we see as Baby Marine, he's like, okay, well, you've got no workers on the third. Like, if that's like full saturation right now, that's a lot more brutal. Actually kill off one of the Oracles here with the Widow Mine, so at least that's something. We still lose 2 SCVs in the Widow Mine, but hey, at least that's one less Oracle to worry about. Oracles are always nice, you know, they're very useful throughout the game usually. Viking Marines heading forward. A couple of SCVs will come through as well. Still just seeing the extended thermal lance and the charge coming up. The sentry building as well as the Colossus coming through. The gateway is building by. The Vikings still overhead as well. That's going to be having the army collecting together. Oracle going to throw down a stasis here, which is going to be seen. So at least Baby Marine is going to have a little bit of heads up. Pops the stasis effectively. There's a Colossus. It's going to make it very difficult for the Marines to really do anything right now. And I think it's fair to say that this is probably going to be a bit of an issue. Tanks firing. Marines are going to shoot. The Colossus taking damage. You just see the units just going to push on through. You can see the tanks going down very quickly right now. Tank's dead. Colossus still alive. The Marines are falling, and Art is going to make the defense. So, I was going to say, so he's going to be in a very powerful position because Baby Marine just took so much damage, he was essentially making this an all-in for himself. GG's. Alright, we'll take a moment or two, and we'll head into a game number 5 between Art and Baby Marine. So we're going to go the full distance between these guys. We'll just run some ads before game 5, and then we'll be kicking this off. Alright guys, give us a moment. Alrighty, guys. Give us a predictor game so we can lose all of our chips. No. I think you guys should not be betting on the best of one. How about that? Be responsible. Don't lose your money. Especially your wardy points. Never know when they might skyrocket in value. Alright, let's get into this game 5, guys. Let's kick this off and get this rolling. Three, 2, 1, and we are going. In the top left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the Pink Pro display, bringing us back to 2-2 with that Oracle play that his opponent just was not ready for in the slightest. This is Art. Up against the Red Terran in the bottom right corner, we have ourselves Baby Marine. Game 5 of this series, we get this up and running, and we see where our players will end up here. For the course of this one, a probe to scout in the early stages, just going to bring this over. Again, Rax and the SCV coming about, just going to see the gateway and the probe continue to come through for a moment or so. SCV going to nibble at said probe for just a second here. It's just going to be a little bit of annoyance. Just going to try and, like I say, mess things up a little for now in these early stages. I'm just going to be seeing the probe moving through back toward the upper left-hand side. Let's get back. Obviously, we are going to see the Reaper coming across the map here initially from Baby Marine, looking to get across and try and see what's going on. Will come pinging through. The Adept is just going to shade forward, get toward that Reaper. Now we're going to see the Adept getting through there and chasing the Reaper away. Factory is about to finish from Baby Marine. Just going to see the bunker and the reactor coming through. Twilight Council and the Warp Gate all building up as well. And the Reaper continues to head into the upper left-hand side. We are just going to see those couple gates continue to come about just for a moment or two. Continue to get that underway. Get that sword. The Stalker will chase at the Reaper. The Reaper just pulls back, like I say, a moment or two of figuring out where things are going to be at here. I'm just going to see the Reaper hopping into the main. Going to go after some probes. Going to get a couple kills right away. A little bit more damage being dealt still. The Stalker still chasing over to try and get through for a little more here. Yeah, that Blink and that Stalker continue to come about on the gateway just for now. Bringing a lot of this up into play as well. We are going to see the Stalker really going after that Reaper. Trying to find a little bit of opportunity. Probe was about halfway done. That Blink coming up as well. Yeah, those two Stalkers just going to go working for a few more moments. Again, Robo Facility going to get come about. Just going to see that Blink continuing by. Stalker is just going to chase at that Reaper. And the Reaper taking some shots. We do see the Medevac with 2 Widow Mines inside, pulling out over that right-hand side. So, pulling back over there, the few Stalkers chasing through. I'm just going to be seeing the extra probes and that blink continuing about. Tank, Marines, and Raven continue to come by here. And for the medevac boost into the natural, does not quite get there just yet. That next going down, the Reaper will chase. The probe is going to get hunted and picked away at this. Just going to clean that out as well. And yeah, Raven tank, a couple more Marines still building through the probe. Shots will continue to take damage. It's 2 workers going down. Now seeing a 3rd worker being picked away at as well. Here's this Reaper actually get some damage done. We're going to go back in with these mines. They're not going to do damage yet, but they still have the chance to relocate and look for a little extra. Going to get a Stalker here too, so that's going to be a nice grab on top of the rest of this going on. And this Widowmine still has to fire here, but we do have Blink, so that shouldn't hit anything. That does calm this down for now. So yeah, things really do settle in here for a moment or two. Charge coming up. A couple of gateways coming about as well. Max left off. Just going to drop down toward the tech lab here. Stimpack building. Here there's Marines coming about. The combat shield starting too. The reactor coming in on the starport, and we just see the factory and the reactor brought up as we speak. The Stalkers come back in from the left-hand side. And we'll just check to see what's going on. Well, the Stalkers pull back up top. I'm just going to be moving in over here for a couple seconds. Just going to move this into place. We have the charge and the armor upgrade continuing through, and again the Stalkers will gather for a few moments at the very least. Got a charge and that armor upgrade coming through. The Temple Archive is going to be, like I say, a fairly important part of this as well. As Art gets his tech set up and online, these few Stalkers will start to step through the middle of the map and down to that bottom right side as well, so we're going to make that play straight to the bottom at the moment. Getting that set up here initially. Stalker's going to try and fight. Raven nearly going down. The rest of this bio army coming up as well, and we still see the chance to chase across the Stalkers. Taking a couple of hits here and there, just for the moment. That's a big bio force coming through the center, straight up to the top side, and looking to pressure directly into these bases of the opposition. Baby Marine. Why is he going to set up? Looks like he's going to set up here to kind of siege the natural. He might drop into the high ground as well. It's something we just saw on Mothership as well, right? So a similar idea to what set him off in that game. Didn't exactly win him the game, but it put it into a decent position for him that then kind of led through. The auto turret's going to take a lot of the attention here, actually. And take the army up to the top initially, but as they get cleaned out, then you wonder, how much else have we really done? Well, we knocked down a gateway or so. A couple of pylons have fallen as well. Zealots coming in on the bottom side. Widowmines are going to blast those Zealots. We do see the Stalkers blinking, but not enough this time to get a medevac kill, so the medevac lives. Now unloading onto the low ground. Tank's still able to fire here. A storm comes down. We'll finish the tank and stop the bio units from stepping around. The problem is these Zealots keep charging into what's just way too much bio, and Art has taken a ton of damage. These Widowmines getting some damage as well on the other side, so they find value too. 14 workers killed. Baby Marine is going to see himself 124 supply to the 79. He's in an amazing position coming out of this, in a great spot right now, and you are kind of left wondering, is there an opportunity really here at this point for Art? Because he's going to be in a... I don't know what he's really got, because he doesn't have an army supply to work with. His work count is okay, but not great. It's not like Baby Marine gave up loads of army during this, and maybe Art could kind of counterattack and get some damage in return, so we're kind of missing out on that possibility as well. Bio still gathering between the bases. Zealot Stalker coming down to the bottom. And just going to be seeing the rest of the High Templar continue to move through the middle of the map. Ghost coming through. Vikings on the way. The armor upgrade coming up as well. And set up around the sides. Stalker's going to pick one Widowmine off. Now the Marines into the center. Looking to push through as well. Again, Robo Bay, Robo Facility, all coming online right here. And that's set up just for the moment. start to move forward here. A couple of ghosts, throw down a couple of EMPs, just try and find some damage as well, find some value where possible. Bio going to settle in now for the moment still. See what we can do. Ghost going to get the Observer, just going to be able to grab that as well. Again, a couple Stalkers, the +2 attack, and Robot Facility very much so still coming in. You'll see a little EMP coming down into a lot of that Zealot Stalker as well. Bio still stepping up. Going to be seeing the Archon getting denied immediately. High Temple on the right side looking for the Storm. Does find one as the EMP whiffed, but didn't matter. The Storm didn't exactly do much either. And Vapor Marine sitting here just in front of these bases. EMP is still available. Currently no Storm available either. Stemming back, pulling away, trying to let the Zealots run into this. The Prism goes down as it just kind of haphazardly runs forward. EMPs to help knock the Archon down quickly. Now it's just Stalkers, and you know Stalkers do not fare well against the Bio Army. With a 50 supply deficit, it looks like Art's run in the OSC Championship is going to be cut short in round 1 by Baby Marine. Because Baby Marine just looks like he has a lot. I mean, that's the one Storm we had available, and don't be wrong, it was actually a pretty good Storm. But when that's the only one you've got, it kind of needs to do more. I don't know if it could have even really done much more, but you just got to hope that he really, for some reason, just sits and stands in it and doesn't move, right? Units going down. GG gets called. Baby Marine is going to take this series 3-2. Second match of the day goes the way of Baby Marine. He's going to take this series down in his favor. Baby Marine then advances through. He will play Yakov, which will be our 4th matchup of the day. So we'll get into that in a little while. Before that, though, we're going to go and move ourselves into some more PvP. As, like I say, Baby Marine, he's the last player to get out of round 1 of the lower bracket, by the way. So out of all the Challenger players, this was the last match to play. So he moves on to play Yakov, who dropped in from the upper bracket, having lost to Geralt. So Yakov drops in from the upper bracket. He'll play Baby Marine for Series 4, but like I said before that, we do go into some PvP in the form of Nightmare versus Trigger. So I actually kind of look forward to seeing who wins this one, because I actually think it's a very cool PvP. I think it's got a lot of potential to go back and forth. I think it's got a lot of potential to kind of be one of the longer PvPs that you get. In terms of series length, I'm not sure if the game length is necessarily going to be super long. So we'll be diving into this in just a couple of moments. However, just before we do that, let's take a quick chance to check in with our sponsors, Ladder Legends, who are helping to support this season of the OSC Championship and powering the OSC Ladder Legends Championship bracket this year. I'll see you guys in just a few. It'll be Trigger Nightmare on the other side of this.
StarCraft is a freaking hard game. When you look at where you are and then where the very best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen. Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.
Thank you, Savoy Cabbage, coming in with the Prime sub just quite loudly during the Ladder Legends video. I just have it set up to kind of play over the usual stuff, so it's a little scuffed, but get the job done. Let's go. Trigger vs. Nightmare PvP time, guys. To keep the games rolling through here today. So it's going to be Trigger vs. Nightmare. The winner of this will earn a chance to play Skillus in round 3 of the lower bracket. That was obviously a matchup that we saw being decided earlier. Skillus took down Art in our first series of the day. Let's go Trigger vs. Nightmare and see what this PvP brings us. As we step in to the bottom left corner to start things off, we are going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is going to be Trigger from Basilisk. Taking on the blue Protoss in the top right corner of the map, we are going to have Nightmare from Streamer Zone. Game number 1 of Fresh Best of 5 here as this lower bracket action continues in the OSC Championship today. This is going to be Series 3 out of what will be 5 series in total for us today, guys. So we get this ready to go. Very exciting. Excuse me. Very exciting indeed. Alright. Get ready to go. Get ready to kick this off. Let's see what's going to happen. I'm kind of intrigued as to where we go with this. I mean, like I say, you've got Nightmare, who is kind of a, this Korean player who's kind of made a return and has been looking good. Trigger, who we know has been looking great lately as well. He's won a WardiTV Monday, and that always is a sign of someone who is in good shape right now. A lot of the time, right? So, we know that. We know that. We see that. We just have a group of players here who are really. Like I say, I like all these PvPs because they feel like the players are well matched for each other. I guess it's just what I want to say. Like, it feels like they all have similar kind of stories to tell. And I think they could all make kind of a cool run in this lower bracket. Like, I think the coolest part of this kind of PvP fiesta down here is I could actually see any of these players kind of going on a cool run. And yeah, I know it through the form of PvP, but going on a run is still going on a run. Winning that amount of PvPs back to back to back is impressive in itself. So I do think that's going to be kind of an intrigue here as we get up. I'm going to throw the Stargate down so Trigger sets that up over to that right-hand side. So we will get that underway. Stargate beginning to start us off here. Get that set, and yeah, I like it. Kind of a little bit of a different proxy. We don't see Stargate proxy a whole lot in PvP compared to like the Robo and so on, so it does feel like a fun way to mix this up a little bit already. As we have the Stargate, the couple Stalkers all coming through, the Warp Gate still coming by. We get set up here for a couple of moments as the Stargate's about to finish, and the Stalkers from Nightmare will see it, so he knows it's there. He's going to try and go after the pylon. The Oracle just started a Chrono Boost right now, which is going to mean that this pylon dies before the Oracle gets out. So for Trigger, this is a little bit of a disastrous start because he's got nothing to stop this happening. He's got 2 Adepts, but they're getting caught by the next Stalkers. And yeah, this Stargate is going to get depowered. It's not even close. If the Chrono Boost Oracle starts at the same time the Stalker starts, yeah, it really isn't even close. And yeah, the Stalker's now just going to ping at this Stargate, and like I say, disastrous beginning from Trigger. He was going to throw down a Robo facility at home, and it's still not... Okay, he's going to expand as well. I was going to say, surely he expands at least then in this case. I mean, still don't love it any which way, but I think that makes a little bit more sense than anything else right now. So yeah, Nexus coming through. I'm just going to be seeing the Stargate still taking some damage. I mean, there's no reason to let this stay alive, potentially get repowered. So we may as well just finish this off, and that's exactly what we will do for the moment here as Nightmare. Stargate goes down. 2 more Stalkers and the Sentries coming about. Blink is going to begin as well. Just going to see the Robo and the Forge coming up from Trigger too. So just going to keep that on the go for the moment. Stalkers and Sentries make their way over to the left side here. Heading down to that bottom corner, get that in position. And units will just gather up for a little bit of time and look to poke across in toward the natural expansion. Just going to poke through there. A couple of force fields coming down. definitely seeing these Stalkers. Did he just attack his own Stalker there for a second? I think he did. I wasn't 100% sure because I thought maybe the force field just made it look weird, but it looked like he attacked his own Stalker for a second. Anyways, we have a bit of friendly fire otherwise. Yeah, we are going to hold this off as Trigger. He loses a few workers still, which is, I mean, at this point, you're probably going to lose something. You've not exactly had the cleanest of openings. At this point, his Trigger is just about trying to get out of this without taking too much damage overall, right? So if we can try and somehow steer ourselves into some amount of safety, that would be lovely. Zio, what's up, Grown Mime? Thank you so much for the 49-month resub on the Prime, by the way. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for the support. He did hit his own Stalker? Yeah, because I thought the sentries hit it. Lucky to not kill it then. It was still a misclick. Might have been that he clicked to kind of move as the force field came down, right? And in clicking, he kind of like misclicked onto his units because the force field relocated them a little bit, so... I mean, not that it really matters why it happened, just maybe a little bit of what actually went down there. Nightmare just knows he's got an advantage, though. I mean, you see that third Nexus already coming into play, so that's going straight down over on that left side. I mean, he's just blinking in the main base. He's going to get damage done. He's just extending the lead in this one. And he's getting observers up, so he's very safe in case of like one of the ways in which your opponent gets back into this, which could be Dark Templar. And Nightmare's really just ensuring he's in a very comfortable position. The Adepts are going to get into the main, so maybe Trigger can get some damage done here, but he needs to kill 10 workers just to equalize things, never mind, you know, bring himself back into this. And he's going to get one before the Adepts get cut down to just one. And then the second Adept goes down soon after, so 2 probes killed. Does not change the rate of this game right now. All those Stalkers still heading around, units gathering into the center here. Immortal coming across. Gates coming up from both. Probes building through. That battery is coming down as well, so you just keep bringing that into play for now. Again, Stalker, Sentry, Immortal all gathering up at the moment. But the Stalker just getting warped in. His units Trigger just going to continue to get back through the center toward the top just for the moment. So again, get that set up into position for now. Stalker's actually going to blink in and try and jump on these Immortals. The Trigger, he's going to lose them. He's kind of an aggressive play from Nightmare, but he knows he can punish this. It still actually loses Nightmare a lot of units too, but it does kind of remove the chance the Trigger has of like really being successfully aggressive. I mean, if this is an army trade out, then Nightmare also just has more money to rebuild with as well. Trigger did have an attack upgrade lead, which is maybe the one thing that's in his favor currently, so that's nice, but I'm not really sure that's going to change things anyways, as the economy is booming from Nightmare, the rebuild is going to be powerful, we see the Stalkers just blinking in, they're going to get rid of the Prism, so there goes that option just taken out before it even really begins, and GG says Trigger is just going to tap the heck out of here and say, let's move on to the next one, because this one is not going to be it. Not going to be it at all. Alright, we'll head into game number 2 then. I mean, really just the Stargate being found puts you behind his Trigger, and Nightmare does a lot of things to sequence into a victory at that stage. Does not really, like I say, need too much more explanation behind it, honestly. So, yeah, we can just get straight to this next one and get that ready to rumble, which will be map 2 on Ruby Rock. And we'll go directly into it, guys, so get this sorted out and started up in just a moment or two. Get this on the way. Get ready to go. Get out my game nerd. Nightmare, probably. Yeah. Something like that. Alright, let's dive into game 2. Ruby Rock between Trigger and Nightmare. See if Nightmare will extend on that lead. Like I say, just... do you think Trigger can fight back from this? This was an unfortunate opening. Nightmare is good enough to obviously take advantage of things like that. And I think that's what you're going to see in this series. Is because these two are pretty well matched. If one player does have a rough start, if something does go significantly wrong, playing back into the game is going to become very difficult to do, generally. So, yeah, definitely expecting that to be, like I say, a little bit of the story along the course of this. As in the bottom right side, we're going to start things off with the red Protoss player who will be down by a map. It is Trigger. Top left, our blue Protoss player is going to be Nightmare. Alrighty, game 2, BO5. Settling here for a moment or so and seeing what we want to do. It's going to be a probe scout initially from Nightmare, while Trigger will go no scout. Run about, keep moving through for a couple moments. Double gate, Cybercore, whole building by, again the pylon on the way. Just going to be seeing the pylon on both sides. Cybercore is coming up, gates on the way through, probes in production. Second gateway going to finish up here as well, and that probe of Trigger going to move down to the low ground. Just for the next moment or so, that this game on Ruby Rock getting set up for the moment. And a couple of probes will nibble at each other for a second or two. Stargate on the way. The Adepts will produce. Again, Warp Gate coming by. Stepped in the Sentry coming up as well. We just have our Nexus going down on the natural expansion here, so just get that started as well. The probe of Nightmare out into the center. Stargate's still about halfway done. The Nexus on the natural. These two Adepts will make their way over and just chase down the probe for a moment. Just going to clean this out. And then Trigger can look to try and get those Adepts of his across the map and into a bit more of an aggressive play or so. Adept here just gathers together for a moment or two as well. It's just going to hang about a couple more seconds. See what we can do. There's a couple of probes coming about. The Twilight Council on the way. Just going to see the Sentry and the Stalker going to go hitting the Adept here for a few moments. And the Adept taking some damage. Nexus just going to finish up on the low ground. The Oracle heading to the upper left as well. And again, Blink, Warp Gate coming through. A battery coming in, a couple probes still producing. Again, Stalker's still poking. That Oracle getting pushed out over to that upper right side. So again, just chasing out of there for a couple seconds. Oracle trying to find a way back around and into this, but yeah, there's not really going to be that much opportunity. There's a couple of units there going to keep poking the Adepts back as well. So again, we just keep that all out of reach for the moment and see where we can go next. The Hallucination still moving down the bottom side. Going to move into base. See what else is going on. And those couple Stalkers gathering up. Hallucination still building. Mark on the other side gets kept away from here as well, so also just not going to be allowed to do much of anything right now. Those gates continue to come online, and a lot of this just building into play as we speak for the moment. Two Adepts going to shade through. Obviously want to get into the main base if they can get through over there. We can get rid of a couple of probes. Stalker's going to shoot the work. Adept still going down, and we'll see the Nexus and so continue to come up as well. That Blink continue to come about. Third base on the way in. We'll see the couple Stalkers and the Sentries all gathering up together. Piling the Assimilator build through. That Nexus is going to be a part of this in the next few moments. Again, the Stalkers join up the third Nexus building in the front there. Just going to be seeing the Nexus of Nightmare settling down on the third base, also bringing that into position Just going to see this Stalker warping in also. Just going to have ourselves the Sentry, Stalker, Force, and Nightmare gathering on the third, as it will do from Trigger as well, although Trigger does not have sentries. Because of the Stargate and the Oracle play, he obviously kind of doesn't go into those early, so he doesn't have access to them for the moment. Big push to the top. These Stalkers are going to head in toward the third Nexus here, and we do swing around the top side with the Oracle, so we'll see if that results in anything. Main push, of course, is going to just be with these Stalkers coming straight by, and again, looking for opportunity from the very first few moments. Stalkers getting hit in return, so the back and forth continually playing forward to really try and get in after these. Trigger believing in his numbers right now and doing a fair amount. I believe the Oracle did just go down, so no Oracle left for Trigger. Didn't do much, just got defended against by the couple of Stalkers. Okay, it died, but it actually did get the Stiz Ward off. My goodness, wow. That's actually kind of huge, because it means these 4 Stalkers can't exactly come to the low ground to help out quickly, even though they got rid of the Oracle. We can't get to the low ground because of such a massive stasis, so it keeps a bunch of units there, and you're losing mining time, which means less warping reinforcements, which is not ideal when Trigger is obviously pushing in for serious damage at the front already, and finding some very serious damage in amongst that as well. So, through, looking like a pretty darn good situation right now here from Trigger, who continues to push out the damage here, get work done, push himself into better and better position at the moment. Gonna keep on trading. I mean, just picking off Stalker after Stalker. He's getting to some more even Stalker numbers. Maybe a couple probes we take down, and then we just get out of here as Trigger, because yeah, maybe we could just do it backing off and letting the 15 worker advantage sink in a little bit, right? Let that really kind of come through a little bit in return as the Stalkers continue to turn around and be chased. We'll see these other few Stalkers getting warped in as well. These Stalkers of Trigger back over to the right-hand side. Keep trading. Some of these Stalkers very low, beginning to go down. We'll continue to go back and forth. Again, a bunch more of those Stalkers dropping down as well. We see a few more warping in from Nightmare, bringing those through already. We have the Immortal Charge +1 building into play. 2 more Stalkers. A bunch of additional gateways coming down as well here. The Stalkers still gathering. Units of Nightmare looking to press forward for a couple of moments and looking to really try and chase into this. We have one Stalker just going to blink it back for the moment. Again, getting out of there for now. Still got the charge and the +1 coming by as well. Fourth base and 12 o'clock. I'm going to get set. We do drop a pylon down over on the right side. Got that into position. Dark Shrine charged +1 again. A little bit of everything still coming through for the next couple of moments as we continue to figure this whole thing out. More Zards warp in. The Stalker number rising as well. Gates and the Dark Shrine building up. And charging the +1 coming online. Nexus in the top right. Gonna come up as well, so that Nexus in 12 o'clock comes online. Dark Shrine from Nightmare will give him some options. He needs something though, like he's obviously down heavily in this game, so a couple of DTs, at least they're gonna give you the chance to make a play or so. You know, otherwise this game is completely running away from you, so the Dark Templar at least give you, like I say, a lifeline, a hope. If these do nothing, then oh, we're back to square one of just being in a horrible position, so let's hope that we may see some success coming out from this. Swipe coming down, a couple swipes coming down initially, in fact, so some work coming in there initially. 7 probes dropping, so hey, we got some work. I mean, it's nice. The Stalkers show up at the same time. Problem is 7 probes does not exactly... I mean, it's a good start. But this was also the entire investment into DTs, and so far 7 to 9 workers just doesn't shift things heavily enough. You're still down 40 army supply, and that might just be the issue, let's be real. That there's an army supply deficit that is truly unreasonable to think that we're going to come back out the other side of. I think it's actually pretty realistic that that's kind of the case right now, so a couple more Zards got warped in, but it's very fair to say that this one is not going great. for Nightmare, because Trigger is signed up. He's going to lose the Prism, so the Warping will be cancelled. That maybe gives Nightmare half a chance of maybe pushing back this wave of aggression, but I mean, half a chance might have been generous, maybe a tenth of a chance. His percentage chance of it being successful goes up by killing the Prism, but he's just so doomed anyway. It doesn't really matter. And Trigger will take this game 2 to tie us 1-1 in the best of 5. 1-1, tied up in a game 3, coming through in a few moments as we're going to be getting into 10,000 feet here between Trigger and Nightmare. See who will break the tie and take the advantage in this series. Coming up in a few moments. We still have the Shin creator prediction from yesterday. Exciting, right? Alrighty, we'll take a moment, guys, and we'll go into this game 3. Like I say, winner of this later today will be playing against Skillus in a PvP. We also have Yakov and Baby Marine coming up in between the PvPs as well to break up the PvP matchups a little bit. It's nice that we get Yakov, Baby Marine. Unfortunately, means one of the Terran and Zerg in this lower bracket will be eliminated. But it means we're guaranteed a Terran or Zerg in the next round to play on mana as well. Not sure when that will be, but definitely look forward to that as well. Alright, let's jump into game number 3 here. Trigger and Nightmare continuing to battle and seeing where things will go. We head into our third map. 10,000 feet for the battlefield. Get that ready to go. On the bottom right side, it is going to be the red Protoss player. This is Trigger. And in the top left, our blue Protoss is going to be Nightmare. Game 3 as our probe heads down toward the bottom right hand side, moving across for a moment or two. We're pulling over, getting behind that mineral line. Just gonna see the probe of Trigger heading to the upper side here. It's just getting in position for a couple of moments. Again, Cybercore coming up on both sides. The gateway's coming through. The probe's in production. We'll just be seeing our setup continuing in for a couple of moments. Then the probe getting up and around the back. Get this working. Get this underway. So the probe just gathers around. We'll take a second or so right here. And yeah, see where we want to go. Just gonna drop the pylon in, getting a couple stalkers and that warp gate continue to come through as well. And the Nexus coming down already on the natural, waiting for the Nexus to potentially come down here also. Bam. Nexus coming into play. Warp gate coming up. Probes coming through. Centering the stalker coming online. The warp gate's still building. Continue to get this on the way for a moment or two here. It's going to be seeing those probes continue to come about. We are going to see the hallucination moving by. And yeah, the couple workers coming about as well for just a couple of seconds there. The Stalker's going to get caught by Nightmare. Nightmare Stalker's getting caught by Trigger, I should say. As he does lose one of them, so he does at least kind of scrape away from that. That could have obviously been a whole lot more dangerous than what it turned out to be, so I think we'll just count our good fortune there as Nightmare and just take the single loss and roll with it as the couple sentries and the Stalker still moving out, heading over to the left side for a few moments right now. Think on the way through, just bringing those couple of Adepts up as well. 2 more probes in production. All those little bits and pieces coming by. A couple more Stalkers just going to get warped in. Going to bring that about as well, so just get that straight up and running. The Blink's coming through, the couple of probes coming about. The Adepts work their way around over on that right side. And again, the couple of Stalkers and the probes all building by as well. Just take a few moments here. Stalker Sentry, Hallucination going to pop up and going to make a move. The Stalkers and Sentries get there to pick off the Hallucination. Now, Blink coming in, Next is coming by. We've seen the Hallucination as Trick is still moving. Frost for the moment, just around the natural expansion. Robotics facility coming down into place. I'm going to see the Stalkers and the Sentries there able to knock that Hallucination down as well. Still that third base coming through. And the rest of the Stalker Sentry army gathering up once again. So we just go to 3 bases for now. Get a little grab. And again, Blink coming up. Just get settled for a few moments. Let's see where we're gonna go. The Stalker warps in there, Probe throws down the battery as well. Probe Run Forge, still building across. A lot of the Stalkers just going to be setting up in there as well. It's just going to be seeing the Stalkers and the Sentries combining for a couple of moments. And those attack upgrades coming through. Sentries move by as well. And again, the +1, the couple of Stalkers, all that coming about. Stalkers set up there. And just for a moment or so, look to see what we can get done as we actually going to shoot out a couple of these Stalkers. Some damage being dealt. And again, the gates coming by, the robotics facility coming up. Probes go down across the map as the Adepts get in, so we're going to have to try and clear those out as well, if we can do so. Do what we can to shut that down. Five dead probes, so again, it's a bit of back and forth affair. Nightmare getting some damage done, Trigger going to take a map control. Both players still have pretty equal worker counts, still both players have pretty equal army counts as well, to be honest, at the moment, so a lot of that part of this is kind of just set at the moment. Stalker Sentry settled down also. The gates, the forges, and that charge also continue to come into play at the moment. More shots coming in. That observer still heading back down to the bottom right side. Again, the charge coming through, the extra gates coming online. A lot of that going at the moment here, so again, get set just for now. See where we go to. A little fight going to break out over in this position, and we do start to see the Stalkers trading up with each other pretty heavily for a few moments. Stalker's going to get some shots in, some back and forth continuing. We're going to see a few hits coming down across the course of that as well, so not a bad few moments as we have Trigger able to come out in the lead of that fight. 51 to 43 army supply, and that's after a warping of Nightmare already, so And Trigger still just holds like a 5-worker lead. He's also just ahead on upgrades. The +1 finished and his +2 well underway. Nightmare's going to go double upgrades. He's going to go armor upgrade as well, but obviously we'll still be trailing on the attack, so there's going to be timing windows here. But Trigger at least has the attack upgrade lead. Armor upgrades are less impactful on Pro units because obviously you've got the shields before the armor kicks in, so... Just going to get that a little bit of a pick off, just to see the rest of the Stalkers coming through. Forge, +2 attack, send thermal lance coming about. Stalker's going to fire again. Able to get in for some damage already. Guardian shield still just popping through for a couple of moments. More Stalkers warping in once again. Still got the +2 and the +1 armor coming up. And a thermal lance coming around. The army of Nightmare returns back to the top of the map here currently. In the top right, our Nexus will set up on the 5th base. Just going to get that straight in position. Stalkers, Zealots, Observer continue to gather. For a few moments, there's going to be more Stalkers and Zealots continue to warp in for the moment. So bringing a lot of that through just for now. Again, extended thermal lance, +2 attack, +1 armor. All of that building by for the moment. Going around that right-hand side, and just going to be seeing another Stalker getting warped in immediately here. Yeah, thermal lens and the Colossus on the way from Trigger is interesting. Like, switching to Colossus in general is what I'm kind of looking at here and interested by in terms of what might come of this overall. Intrigued as to where we are gonna end up going. Stalker's still moving through. This Observer's going to get jumped on, cleaned out pretty quickly. +3 attack, +1 armor. Again, the charge upgrade building alongside a few more Stalkers that are coming online as well. Nightmare still positioning himself around the right, while these other Stalkers and the Colossus position themselves around the left and now through the center a little bit as we do continue to chase in. A couple of those Zealots being chased. Stalkers keep blinking forward to continue to put the pressure in, and those Stalkers and Zealots have no option right now but to run. And they are trying to do exactly that, trying to get the heck away from here. Colossus at least able to get on top of position and able to start knocking down some of those Zealots. Able to do some damage through this. The Guardian Shield is going to pop as the rest of the Stalkers continue to come around. Nightmare trying to use the mobility of his army to at least try and find enough value here to kind of justify this scenario. But now he actually is just going to blink straight on top of the rest of this, and he's just going to go straight through, picks that Colossus off. Now we have these Zealots getting jumped on as well. A few more units continue to come through. And the damage really adding up a little bit. Nightmare is still giving up units, and the problem is blinking out of here is going to be expensive. So what his best scenario is going to be to blink over here and recall, or he's just going to recall there because his opponent kind of walked away from him, expecting him to kind of blink recall. So we try and just scrape ourselves out of trouble, but man, that was rough for Nightmare, who, like I say, it's not like he got nothing out of this, but he definitely didn't exactly trade great. He has a +1 armor upgrade advantage right now. Resources lost 7k to 3.1k. And Trigger's about to finish up +3 attack upgrade and is going to be attacking with this maxed out army. He is going to be attacking into maxed out Nightmare. I mean, both players are pretty rich, so Nightmare rebuilding so far. He's going Disruptors, which you could argue maybe... I actually think I prefer Disruptors right now over the Colossus. I mean, the Colossus are going to be better against Zealots. Disruptors better against Stalkers. We're going to come blinking through. We then have to blink away to get away from those Disruptor shots. Prism survived through this. Now its Prism should go down. With Stalkers blinking down, going to be able to target fire. A lot of Zealots involved, and because the Colossus went down already, Trigger does not have an easy way to clean those Zealots up, so these Zealots keep on swinging through and swiping. Another Disruptor shot there trying to land does not quite make the distance. The Stalkers of Trigger are going to have to retreat away, but not exactly in a clean position just yet. And, oh no, Trigger is going to be the one falling out of here with less supply available. He'll get a big warp-in that's going to draw him back a little bit, but obviously that'll be countered by a warp-in of Nightmare sooner than or later. I do like the Trigger goes in towards the Dark Shrine. I think DTs are going to be very useful here in a state of the game where you just did not quite come out advantaged as you might have wanted to, right? Like, you come out of here kind of okay, but not as great a position as you would have wanted this to be for sure. DT still building. Zealot still coming up. The Prism on that right-hand side. Settling down as well. And Disruptor shields. +2 armor and the Observer speed coming about as well. These DTs move through, just going to instantly become Archons. Now the rest of these Stalkers on the bottom side going to blink in as well. The couple of Colossus will continue to come over. Disruptor shot going to fly through. Cannons and the gateways continue to come about. +3 attack and the Disruptors continue to get set up. 4 more Stalkers warping in already. More shots still just coming through. It's going to be seeing a couple hits coming by right away. Disruptors landing, a few shots still coming over. Just going to be seeing Trigger still trying to push into this as you know, his opponent backs away. He pushes up and tries to chase a little, and he does succeed in knocking down a singular you know, Disruptor there. And that's the thing with Disruptors, is if your opponent starts to close the gap on them, they can start to drop pretty quickly. They're good at keeping your opponent at distance, but the moment they kind of get the gap closed, then they close the distance on you in return very quickly. So, you know, Trigger is going to have a few more shots. In the end, he actually ate a lot of Disruptor shots here at the end of the day, right? Realistically, he ends up taking a whole bunch of damage off the back end of that. More Colossus hits coming through. The Stalker's taking the hits. Disruptor shot comes down that ramp. Does not land just yet. Stalker, Colossus, Disruptor firing through. That Disruptor shot going to go. Nicely hits a Disruptor at the moment as well. So just able to land one there. Couple more Zealots going to get warped in, and we have Nightmare moving back through the middle of the map again. So again, back to the center. Nightmare is going to find an Observer, able to pick that off over on the sides. Everything else from Trigger settling, middle of the map still. These Stalkers blink away over to the left-hand side. They're going to peel out of there too for the moment. Where do we go from here? Another round of Stalkers just gets immediately warped in. Disruptor shot trying to fire. Gonna go for a couple of Disruptors in the end. Another Disruptor shot comes up, looking for a similar sort of connection here potentially. 4 more Stalkers warping in. We didn't take a chance to get a couple shots off on Stalkers as well, but not enough really coming down there either. Not for the moment. And the Disruptor shot fire is going to get a couple Stalkers. Now going to see the Disruptors coming back in return. So again, moving straight back across there just for now. Another round of Stalker Disruptor that blinks across, and we do see an attempt to take down that base. Established on a lot of bases each year. This is going to turn into a little bit of a base trade affair, because now we do throw a couple of units at each other. So a little bit of an awkward situation just for a few moments, if nothing else. A lot of workers going down as well. Now these Stalkers down at the bottom going to be coming through for a bunch more damage as well here. We're not going to be seeing those Stalkers just going through for as much as they can possibly find at this current point in time. So just trying to fire through for some damage. 10 workers to 16 killed. I mean, obviously at this point we're going after bases. There is going to be DT showing up, but they're getting cleaned out because so far there is detection available. I'm going to recall a bunch of units back to the bottom left. Okay, so we're going to leave some units on the map. I guess our idea here is that we're maybe going to look for a surround on this, but I suppose we'll see. The rest of those units moving around again. DT still stepping over. Disruptor shot tries to fire. A couple of units dodge away. More Disruptor shot's going to catch these units from Trigger that are coming from the other side. So whatever Trigger's plan was with these units, I do not feel as though losing them like this was probably on the cards for him. That part definitely not too pretty. Now blinking up. Disruptor shots firing. Disruptor still coming by. Nightmare looking for more. Resource lost in this game is now 27k apiece. Remember when Nightmare traded horribly early and he was thousands and thousands behind? Well, Trigger's not had good trades since then. I mean, there's been a lot of trades since then, to be fair. So it could have just been a little bit every time. But I think it's a lot of the time just those Disruptors that keep going in a couple of ways, you know? There's yo, Fancy Candies. Thank you so much for the £8 donation. I appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Stalkers are going to make themselves pushing up. The Nexus in some trouble. Units from the bottom side coming through. A couple of those Disruptors go down. The Colossus getting picked away at here. Stalkers continue to chase over. Zealot's going down. Disruptors going to be able to get rid of those Colossus as well. Nightmare is going to push Trigger back, and he loses another 26-27 workers. DTs of Trigger putting in some serious work. So the DT is getting some damage done, and Nightmare has an army supply lead, but the problem will be is that an army supply lead only goes so far in this situation, because obviously if his opponent has that much more money, that could be an issue as well, no doubt. And I do think right now that is looking to probably be a little bit of the problem. Stalkers meeting here for a couple moments as well. More shots coming through. The Zealots get chased a couple more seconds. We're just going to keep chasing up. I mean, we're trying to disrupt the town, these DTs. DTs trying to make it difficult for them as we continue to play the Dodgems game, and disrupt the shots actually going on cooldown there might be impactful because now these Stalkers are a little bit safer. These Zealots are going to try and dive through. Trigger with a supply lead. Most of that is still in workers though. I mean, his actually armor quality is arguably worse, but it really depends on what the Disruptors can do. Trigger, for example, can get rid of one here. If he was really feeling it, he maybe could have blinked forward there. He still has a DT running about that. It looks as though it's going to die now. Observer. Well, he actually ran out of range, the Observer. Now he runs back into it, but the Stalkers moved away. They pick off a different Dark Templar. And those DTs have definitely caused some struggles here for Nightmare. Credit to Trigger, who's kind of kept it all together throughout what has been a pretty ridiculous game here on 10,000 feet. And it's looking as though might just have enough in the end. Has to blink back. He has his own Disruptor showing up. Does lose the one that was poisoned for danger, but Nightmare just says GG. He's going to tap out of this and says he cannot take down what Trigger is currently working with, and I kind of agree. I mean, I think it got to that point where it was just he didn't have enough control of this game anymore, and hence it all goes wrong from there. GG's, and it is Trigger now take the lead in this series as we're going to be heading to a Winter Madness for Game 4 in just a moment. Alrighty, we'll head into this game 4 then and see who is going to come out. Can Trigger advance, or will it be a defense and a game 5 forced to us by Nightmare? Find out in a few, because we're ready to go and see what this situation brings us into in this PvP in lower bracket round 2 of this OSC Championship. 13th season as we head to this 4th map. In the bottom right, our blue Protoss player, who will need to win this game in order to bring this through. It is going to be Nightmare in the bottom right hand corner down the map. In the top left is going to be Trigger, our red Protoss, and get this underway. Give me 1 second, guys. Just gonna mute up for 10 seconds while I sort something. Okay. So, game number 4. Who is gonna get to come out in a strong position early? Obviously, these early games have been kind of interesting. We've had some stronger early games. We've had some kind of back and forth early games as well. We've had some proxies. We've had some failed proxies. So far, has kind of been the series I expected. Bit of a mix of builds, some solid back and forth. Like I say, some different things happening over the course of everything. I was going to see a probe heading down to the bottom side, so it's just going to come across for a couple moments as well. And take a chance to get moving. For now, just heading down to the bottom. So, probe coming down the bottom side here, just currently. Get that set, get that on the go. Two Stalkers in that warp gate coming up. Two Adepts in the warp gate coming by as well. Pylon continue to build through. Battery coming online. Got that all going. A couple of probes. Gathering up also just for the moment. Stalkers will build. The warp gate's coming through. I'm just going to have ourselves the pylon right here from Trigger. Will be blocking the expansion. We already have Trigger expanding himself, so he's getting away with that for a few moments at least. For some reason that warp gate continuing up. Twilight Council building. Two Adepts going to try and shade by here for the next few moments. Trying to cause some trouble. Those couple Stalkers just gather up. They head to the top side. Again, Stalker, Warp Gate all coming through just for now. Bring that up and running. See what we can get. Couple shots come back. The Adept's going to fire up in return. We do see the couple Stalkers are going to be there as well. It's going to be seen the blink and the Warp Gate continue to come through. Rest of these units come back around, so again, we just reposition for a couple seconds here, take a few moments, get this set. Blink still coming in from both. And you see a couple of Stalker shots going to come out as a bit of a warning here, pushing into things, just for now. And Nightmare trying to move onto the map. Trigger not really going to let much happen. Pop the Guardian Shield a bit preemptively, you could maybe argue. I mean, I guess the fight was kind of happening, so makes sense. We're just going to threaten once again with a couple of Adept Shades. They should not be able to go too far, though. They shouldn't be able to do too much, and they're not going to last all that long as the Adept Stalker Sentry continues to gather together. That is a weird core placement. I just read in the chat, I was like, yeah, you know, if you stop and think about it, it kind of is. I guess because he put the pylon to kind of set up this wall off, but obviously that exposes your Cyber Core unless you know for a fact you're just going to play down here, I suppose. Yeah, no, it's strange. Feels like that creates more problems than it could ever give you anything. But I guess where else do you build it? Up here? I guess you can't if you build the pylon, so maybe just build the pylon in the wrong place and then just kind of derped out and then trying to fix it as we go. Another pylon down, gets set up for a couple seconds. Just going to be seeing hallucinations still moving through the rest of the Stalkers. Going to make their way up to the top left for a couple of moments as well, so they're going to continue to go by there. Just for now, at least. More hits coming about. The Stalker and the Sentry still gathering through for a moment, and we see the Stalker's actually going to blink back across, so again, looking for a little extra here just for now. Continue to chase away. Robo Facility, the gates, all coming through. And then next is going to be a part of this as well. So we get, again, some extra bits and pieces coming up for the moment. All probes going down, though. It's nice from Nightmare to get some damage dealt and full worker lead for him. But down in a bit of army supply. Trigger the one on the map currently to potentially threaten to try and get some work done sooner rather than later. Stalkers will warp in, so it is going to be triggered to push on forward, and like I say, definitely with this Prism supporting him, wants to try and get forward right now, wants to try and make things happen. We'll start to do that right here as a couple of force fields coming down into place. The Sentry and the Stalkers start to return some fire. The Immortal and Stalkers on the way still. I mean, if you get an Immortal out, it's going to help you a lot, but we're going to pull the probes for the moment, so Nightmare recognizing that he's maybe in a little bit of trouble. I mean, he didn't need to pull the probes for long. Things do reset a little bit. More Stalkers warp in. Trigger still has the army supply lead, but this Immortal now is going to make things complicated. If it sits safely in the back, it can probably do a lot of damage over time. And even if you blink onto it, that's going to mean you lose your kind of defensive blinks. And that's always such a game-changing moment a lot of the time as well. So that too could kind of be the problem overall here as we settle into this one, or into these next few stages. Stalkers around the right side from Trigger is going to come across then and try and hit the third base from a bit of a different angle. The Stalkers and the Immortal from Nightmare will start moving through. More shots coming about, the probes coming in, Stalkers and the Immortal still taking damage. More Stalkers being chased up at the moment. Stalkers going to blink forward here, more damage being done at the moment. Stalkers keep on chasing, so the Stalkers keep going down, the Prism getting chased as well, back up to the top right hand side. Continue to chase across that for now. Just keep on dealing damage. Prism taking more shots. It's going to go down. The other couple of Immortals in the back coming back through. You are going to see the Stalkers and the Immortals still gathering at the moment. Pushing for the next few moments. Winter Madness. Very back and forth. I mean, both players now going into that charge. Love the Nightmare already drops that fourth base after being under so much pressure. No resistance to him being like, oh, you know what? Time for me to go. Fourth base. That's a good deal. You know, let's do this. Let's set up. He goes straight for it here. There's the attack coming up. Charge very much so on the way in. No extra gates in the Nexus. We'll build along with this. Stalkers will step forward again. Fourth base on that right side comes through. Temple Archives, the Gateways, all of that coming about. Just going to be seeing the +2 attack upgrade and the charge coming by as well. We do have ourselves the Immortal and the +1 upgrade coming up from Trigger. And the Stalkers and Nightmare pull back away over the right side for a few moments. Observer takes a little step over to the left. I didn't realize Nightmare's on such a hefty upgrade lead as well. As Trigger's about to tie up or even out the 1/1 upgrade, the +1 attack upgrades. +2 is over halfway done already from Nightmare, so he is very close to having +2 to +1, and that's going to be, like I say, a lengthy amount of time that he holds that advantage in. It definitely creates some issues. Going to be seeing the Prism open in a few more units right away there, and Trigger again being the aggressor. He's been the aggressor many a time here on Winter Madness, constantly pushing to the other side of the map. He attacks into this with, well, bad position initially. His Zealots are going to get caught up. Look at all these Zealots that are still charging around, not hitting anything during that duration. He has no Archon here either, so he has no splash damage, and while it's only one Archon for Nightmare, it's still a bit of splash on these Zealots. The probes obviously pull in, take a lot of your shots too, and now the Zealot numbers, I think, look very good on the side of Nightmare, who also has the Stalker damage output still available as well. Continue to push through this, and well, he also has +2 attack during this as well, so that +2, like I said before, is going to be a sizable advantage for a sizable amount of time, and in this case, helps him here too. A bundle of things, honestly, though, that go your way. Let's see this Prism just pulling back. Stalkers get underneath, the Prism will go down, and we see 8 more Zealots continue to produce through for the moments. The extra Zealots still coming by. So, Stalker Archon pushing up, chasing down. And Nightmare going to get the game because Trigger lost too much on that previous attack. That's going to give us another tied-up series, another Game 5. So we get to go to back-to-back Game 5s today. Loving it. All right, we go to Game 5 then. And it is going to be on Taito Citadel. So we'll get into that in just a couple moments. Everyone, get this set up and just give it 30 seconds for ads, as per usual. And we go, go, go. And we go, go, go. Go, 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 go. Has it been a good PvP? Yeah, it's been a good PvP with like a lot of kind of like macro fights, right? It's just been, I agree, it's just been good. It's a good way to describe it. Alright, let's jump into the game, guys. Absurdly competitive tournament so far. I mean, you put a bunch of guys that are of similar skill against each other, it happens, no? Yeah. I like the best of fives for this event as well. Like, it's a big bracket to have full best of fives in, but it really delivers, you know? You see a lot of ability for players to kind of fall down in a series, fight their way back. You get room for players to kind of play around with different things as well. In the top left-hand side, Trigger is going to be our red Protoss player. Taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom right corner of the map, we have got ourselves Nightmare. Game 5 of the Series V. Settle in, get underway, get this started. See where we're going to take things. The gates and the simulators all come through, so we take a couple of moments there initially. We're going to be seeing a probe. I'm just going to move into the center of the map. Going to come past the watchtower for a couple of moments. These two are really well matched. Great series. Yeah, no. I'm actually genuinely excited to see the winner of this play Skillus as well. I think Skillus is probably a slight underdog to these two. But only slight, you know, like 40-60 maybe. So I think that does potentially be another great PvP. Again, that comes up later on today, guys. That comes up a bit further down the line, so... Probes are going to move around, just going to see the cyber cores on the way up. The Stargate is going to build on the side of Trigger. And a couple of adepts on the way through as the warp gate, the Stalkers all building up. Going to be seeing a cheeky little battery coming in for the moment. Getting this underway. Cancel that up, make a bit of space. I see the Stalker going to take a chance to jump onto the probe for a couple of moments. Just going to knock that down. Open up that easy scenario. Going for a few moments. A couple of depths will continue to shade for now. Excuse me. 1 sec. Sorry. We'll continue to shade down to the bottom side as well, trying to see where they can get to for these next few moments as well. So just getting everything involved there, getting set up, figuring out what we can do for a couple of moments. Stock's going to shoot. The Adept already taking some damage. And you're going to be seeing the Nexus and the Twilight Council building as well. My voice is just like, rah! Too much StarCraft. Oh my god, it's still there. Just need to get it cleared properly. There we go. It's going to stop dying. It's much better. Cool. So expanding a piece. We do have that Oracle play from Trigger. Going to move through. Seen some good Oracles from him in this series, to be fair. I mean, in that earlier game when he got that massive stasis. I'm sure he's going to look to continue the pressure on this early as well. So definitely expecting that to be a factor. He has this Oracle. Flies on by, just for a couple moments. Twilight Council, the probes, the blink on the way. Yeah, obviously Trigger is going to be on a later blink because he went for the Oracle first, but he gains all the map control and the potential pressure of this Oracle, so that part of this is going to be much nicer. Yeah, that Twilight will finish soon. I do imagine he goes straight into the blink. Start playing catch-up. Nightmare very close to losing a couple of Stalkers here. The Adept Shade should be moving forward to guarantee the kill, and he does get one Stalker. The other will get away, but well, you know, 1's better than 0. So yeah, making sure you get that Stalker, and the Stalker's much better to clean up than keeping your Adept alive, because the Stalkers will have Blink, so they are just more valuable unit in the foreseeable future of this game. Dark Shrine from Nightmare, so he's going to give himself a chance to get straight through into a, to basically get straight through into the DTs. We'll see if Trigger gets detection up in time. It would be a bit of a sad way for this series to end if we just Dark Shrine it to victory, but that is the beauty of PvP. You just can't be missing things if your opponent makes those calls. It's part of the risk and reward of this matchup. He does have the Oracle, and as long as the Oracle's alive, that is some detection. It may not be as consistent. It may not be as consistent as like the, the Observer, but it is something at least, so you can stay alive here. And that's probably why you see, like, no immediate kind of move to a Robo in general, because Trigger will feel safe for a few moments just playing off of the Oracle and its Revelation if necessary. And of course, he doesn't know about the Dark Templar, otherwise he probably does throw a Robo down. But even, the idea is, like, he's thinking, he knows in his head a possibility of this game is Dark Templar, but he's in no rush, because like I say, the Oracle can provide defense initially if needed. Now the Robo Facility does start, DT Shrine just finished, and we are going to see two DTs very nearby walked in. We'll see where the Oracle's going to be. For now, it drops a gets an energy recharge, and it will hang back for a moment. It needs to be able to be ready to drop Revelations as those DTs arrive. DT's moving through, and Trigger moving over here. He saw this pylon building, but he's going to go deny the pylon, but he doesn't realize the DTs that are walking by at the same time. The Oracle threw down a stasis ward recently too, and it's out of position, so DTs are going to slip in, and they are going to start doing work in this natural mineral line, in this main mineral line. Okay, we Revelate in the main, we activate Pulsar Beam. The DT in the main does nothing. The DT in the natural will get 6 workers and counting, and obviously an entire mineral line pulled away from here as well. Pushing forwards here, Nightmare with everything else. I'm not sure he has enough to do that. He's down heavily on army supply, so what a blunder that is. Just walking across the map saying, hey, I want to fight. Trigger saying, are you sure, bro? Because I'm up 20 army supply. And not only that, but some of your army supply was still in the harassing Dark Templar, right? So that was a horrible choice from Nightmare, and Trigger's now going to come across the map looking to punish. The only issue Trigger has over here is he doesn't have detection here, no? So if there's a DT warped in defensively, that might just stop him from doing too much. Blinks in, finds himself 2 Stalkers up this ramp. You can obviously get rid of the pylon here. That's going to deny the DT warp in, so for now DT will still not yet come into play. It's going to spread out so we can take a better fight onto this as needed, but like I say, there's no detection here, so we probably just back away from this as Trigger. This is a very successful little push, honestly. Like I say, he really got in. He set up to do some good damage. He had a good amount of units. His Oracle over here is just active on the Nexus. Don't think that's what he was hoping for, but he probably wouldn't have done enough to kill probes anyway. Now the Oracle goes down. And this still feels like an opportunity for Trigger. He's down 8 workers in this game. He lost a few more probes just recently, but he has such a massive army supply lead, so he's in a spot where he can continue to push this into his favor. 3 more Stalkers just building up their Forge, Gateways, probes, and an Observer coming online. The pylon's building out. The Forge is coming through. Stalkers up from the bottom side. I'm going to move forward for a couple of moments here. The other Stalker's going to settle in. And Nexus and that Forge still building by. Stalkers coming over the right side here. And Trigger is just going to be forced to blink back kind of quickly. I gotta say, I'm surprised with the army supply lead that he had. It really felt like he was going to find so much more potential, and he's just not found anything. So, credit to Nightmare, who's been able to kind of disregard the army supply advantage of his opponent. Like I said, at first the DT obviously helped a lot. I just feel like Trigger maybe still could have done more, I guess. Yeah, there's a few Zealots back at home. They're not exactly doing much to help right now either, to be fair, so... Alright then, well, we'll see what goes next. There's a few more warp-ins continue through. A few Zealots getting thrown into the fray here. Charge +1 coming about. Gate Nexus on the way. Cannon battery. A bunch of these Stalkers already heading forward as well, straight to the upper sides. Gonna push straight into this. There's a few Stalkers come in return and just say no. Go back and forth. A few of those Stalkers already getting picked away. A bunch of damage being done already. And that charge coming through, that +1 attack coming through, Prism of the Nexus coming by. Charge still building just for the moment. The Stalkers pull back out over to the right. We'll start a fight here. The couple of Zealots begin to go down. Stalkers escaping away. Charge and +1 all coming through. The cannon, the extra Stalkers coming about as well. A few more hits coming in. Just going to be seeing the Zealots continue to take damage, and we are going to be seeing a few more Stalkers, plus the Zealot in production, plus one attack upgrade building as well here from Nightmare. Stalker's kind of getting engaged on both sides of this. The Stalker's going to blink through, so taking the chance to continue to fire, and Trigger is at least pushing back. I mean, he has the plus one attack upgrade lead for a couple more moments. Nightmare's about to finish it for himself now. 5 of this series, and it's very tense, man. It feels like any single one of these fights can start going any which way, and really start dictating how things are going to go here. The Stalkers and the Zealots and the Immortal move down. The Stalkers have to move off to the sides. We're just seeing some extra Stalkers going to be right there. The Zealot going to be there as well. So the other probes just going to start coming through. Zealot's going to warp in along with this. The Prism goes down, though. We are going to begin engaging through this. Big fight just breaking out through and through at the moment. Just going to have ourselves the Zealot Stalker going back the other way. We kill 16 workers, so Trigger is going to be very successful in shutting down his opponent's economy. I mean, that's only going to really even out things, though. I mean, overall, the numbers are close enough to call this an even game. Trigger will have a slight time lead on +2 attack. I think that might be the most important kind of difference in this game between the two players right now, that +2 may lead Trigger to a more successful fight or two at some point in the near future, so that is possibly coming up. Rest of that Zealot Stalker force pulling back around. Zealot's Prism, +2 attack, all of that coming by for now. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers blinking through. A couple of these Zealots will begin to go down. Just going to clean those up very nicely for now as well, so just going to pick those off. And +2 coming by, that Dark Shadow Stride, coming up as well. Continue to bring this into play. Zealot Stalker still moving across here, heading over into the center. The rest of the Zealot Stalker moving around as well. Stalkers blink in, they will find that pylon. And we will just see +2 attack, and again, Shadow Stride still building. Throw a Nexus down in the bottom left-hand side, so Nightmare going to take the gold. The rest of that Zealot Stalker and Mortal Force on the right side settling as well. Up to the top, just going to be seeing a recall coming in. The Stalker's recall up there, the few Zealots coming around. We will see the army of Trigger moving over to that right-hand side. Again, +2 attack, Shadow Strike coming in. The Stalkers and the Zealots will be there to pick some damage up for a moment or two. Zealots wanting to maybe jump on toward the Stalker. It's also going to be a little bit of a blink away. Up toward that top side. The Zealots charge in again. Stalkers take some more damage. Again, we chase over to the right here, so take a moment or two. Stalkers have to pull away. Trigger still setting up. Trigger more or less maxed out right now, and definitely in a bit of a prize position here against the opposition. So in a pretty good spot. We'll see where this goes. Still looking to put pressure on. Zealot Stalker coming around. A few more warpings coming by. Stalkers being added on into this just for a moment or two. Trigger has so many of his Zealots in the back. I get it. They're going to be running into a choke, but surely you still want them in the front. So many of these Zealots just doing nothing at all right now, and kind of still derping around here. Finally may start to make something happen as we see the Stalkers and the Immortals continue to fight through. A lot of these Stalkers taking damage still. Pull back over in this direction. This Nexus does end up falling, +3 attack. The Immortal and the Robo base still coming through from Trigger, but he kills off this base, so that's going to be a major shutdown. Some DTs on the other side are picking off some gateways, and they got rid of this location, so we do take a bit of damage in return. Pop a couple cannons into place. We resettle ourselves here. And Zealot Stalker Force returning up top. So Trigger's about to get himself a 4th base online. At the same time, this gold is mining in the bottom left, and Trigger, he does not know about it, but he might be suspicious. He sends a few units in this direction, so maybe he has an idea that he needs to get down and deny that location. We'll see how far he commits with that in the next couple of moments as the +3 attack upgrade, the Disruptor, coming by at the moment. Just going to be seeing the couple DTs are once again showing up, and they're going to kill an Immortal as they swipe through gateways. We're not defending this well at all. Now Nightmare jumps into the center. just gets a structure, nothing too major. That Nexus at least will remain standing, which is kind of a necessity at this current point in time. So need to make sure that we're keeping that going. I mean, Nightmare just rebuilding what is going to be a 5th base in this game, and Trigger cannot afford to lose a location, especially as his opponent mines the gold. Trigger never sent those units down there. I really felt like he was splitting off to kind of go there and just to check. But at the moment, Nightmare's getting away with mining off of a gold base. He's down an entire attack upgrade, so that is a major benefit to Trigger in all of these current fights. This 5th game is kind of tense and kind of everything that this series has been. Back and forth, scrappy. When one player has a lead, you never know if the other guy's still going to come back. It's been a great game to end on so far. Let's see how it does end, though, as Nightmare ends up taking a big fight. A couple of mortals here are big, but they're hitting Zealots. They're not going to do that much. As extra Zealots show up, you're going to start seeing Trigger just pushing this away. It's basically pure Stalkers from Nightmare, while Trigger will be playing with better unit composition and, again, better upgrades as well. It really is hard to feel as though Trigger is going to be doing anything but succeeding in these fights. I mean, obviously, running into these Stalkers gives Nightmare the chance to make use of all of these Blink Stalkers. So in that regard, that's a very positive situation. Still blinking up, Stalker still chasing. Another round of Zealots just getting warped in immediately here from Nightmare off to that right-hand side. The Zealot Stalker coming through, Disruptor shot, firing, not landing. We've seen the Zealot Stalker going to come about. I mean, I love the Zealots here. We're going to get rid of these Immortals. The Zealots are just going to own this fight, and Trigger losing horribly. I mean, he's on his way to Disruptors. This is the problem with Disruptors. Switching to Disruptors eats up a lot of resources, and if you don't get to them successfully or safely, moments like this happen where you have 1 or 2 Disruptors. They're never going to fire because you get overwhelmed before they connect. And now here we are with, quite frankly, Nightmare in a pretty incredible position here, applying a lot of pressure, and suddenly up about 10 army, just 10 supply in general. He's on his way to the +3 to rectify that deficit, which he's been trailing on for a while. That upgrade lead that Trigger's had that has not actually really come into play in these fights. It's not lent Trigger the hand he needed it to. Which is kind of crazy. Imagine how bad some of these fights might have gone if he didn't have an upgrade lead, right? He's been losing these fights with the upgrade advantage, so obviously upgrades aren't everything, but sometimes they can be what tips the scales in your favor. Unfortunately, we're not measuring this one by scales because Trigger's on the floor, Nightmare's standing over him in each and every one of these engagements. Like, the supply is still kind of even here, but the way the fights are going has been all about Nightmare, I feel like, multiple times. Resources lost a little bit better for Trigger, actually. But Nightmare, again, this gold base over here is huge, and Trigger's going to run past it again. Doesn't know about it still, so that gold is absolutely massive. Continuing to benefit from this greatly so far. I mean, I really can't stress enough just how big a deal it is that that gold base is still just up and running here. Dark Shrine, extra Stalkers coming through, add that Nexus on as well. I mean, I like the Dark Shrine from Trigger, something that maybe Nightmare's not overly able to deal with, but honestly, we don't need DTs to solve the problem of this game, which is this freaking base. We just need to know about it. Obviously, we're essentially a 5-base Protoss against the 4-base, and slowly but surely these fights are going the way just again and again of Nightmare. And specifically because, like, as well, I think this part of this is due to the fact that we've tried to go into Disruptors as well. And man, Trigger had such a supply lead at points of this game, and it is not going to go his way in the end. This is absolutely going to go the wrong direction for him. He has to say GG, and Nightmare is going to pull himself through in an actually little bit of a ridiculous series of PvP. Nightmare 3 and Trigger 2 to wrap that one up. Great match. Yeah, great match. Can't really argue with that. Alright guys, Series 4 coming in a moment for us as we get ready to go into what will be Baby Marine versus Yakov. So we get into that in a couple of moments. See how that goes, and that means we also know what the last match of the day is going to be as well, which is going to be Skillus versus Nightmare. So we actually know it's going to be Baby Marine versus Yakov and Skillus versus Nightmare. That's going to be the rest of our day here, guys. So that's what's coming up for you all. We'll just take a moment or two and we'll get ready to kick this off. You guys know the drill. It'll take a few moments to get set. Be ready to go, go, go. Do 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 boom bada boom. Getting gold wins. Yeah, I think that was actually very impactful in the end. So yeah, Skillus and Nightmare going to be in lower bracket round 3. Yakov and Babe Marine are lower bracket round 2. That's the series we're about to go into now. The winner of this plays Mana, and then the next player along in that part of the bracket is Geralt. The winner of Nightmare and Skillus plays Shameless, but we'll obviously talk about that more later on when we figure out how all of this is a-going. Let's jump in and let's get this one wrapped up. Top left-hand side, our red Terran player. It is going to be Babe Marine to kickstart another series for us here in today's OSC Championship Ladder Legends Championship bracket. Day 5 again. Sunday will be day 6, and then next week day 7, 8, and 9, and we wrap this tournament up next week. I can't believe we're already closing in on that. That's always, you always kind of come into this tournament, it feels like you're, a month away from it being done, right? Because it kind of is a whole month kind of thing, and the whole bracket has to be played, and there's a lot of empty spaces and stuff, but we are filling out what are some of the chunkier rounds, and we're getting into what I like to kind of call the gauntlet sections of the bracket, where it's just the winner of this match plays whoever's waiting in the next match, into the next match, right? There's like 2 big gauntlets along the bottom side of the lower bracket, and a big gauntlet in the upper bracket too, so yeah, we're kind of getting to that point now where we kind of know what everything looks like. We kind of know who's going to be playing who for the foreseeable future, and yeah, very cool. Trigger's out. Yep, Trigger is out. This is a lower bracket elimination on every series today. This is lower bracket on every single series. Trigger's very unfortunate because he was the 21st player in the OSC rankings this year, and this, I think, is the first year ever that nobody has declined their invite into the OSC Championship based on the rankings. So Trigger just needed one person to say, no, I don't want to play, and he would have started in the upper bracket. Instead, he had to come through the challenger brackets, which means the best he can do is start in the lower bracket, and he was just a few OSC points away from obviously, starting the upper bracket, and Trigger could have made a run, Give Trigger an extra life, and who knows how far he could have gone. I mean, maybe he loses his first match, and he goes into the lower bracket straight away as well, right? That's always, obviously going to be a possibility, but I really do think there's Trigger's the kind of player who has a shot, who has a chance if you give him an upper bracket opportunity. So, yeah, a little bit unfortunate for him, but that's how this tournament works. That's why you should play in even more OSC events throughout the year and make sure you have even more OSC points and give yourself the best ranking possible. Let's talk about this TVZ. I think it's a fun one. Babe Marine, I think, is going to like a lot of the kind of longer games, but Yakov is such a well-developed player lately. I think it's hard not to put Yakov in as a bit of a favorite here, to be honest. So, we'll see. As you see the SCV patrolling around, the Reaper trying to move through for a couple of moments, trying to see what's up. Reaper pulls back over to the right. The Fueling's just going to nibble at the rocks. Queen is going to be there. Reaper taking some damage, taking some shots, grenade, going down to help push the Queen away for a couple moments. Ling speed, Lings, Queen, all of that continuing through. Starport Command Cinder coming up as well. Norwood Command about to finish here. Queen just going to be there, pushing the Reaper back for a couple of moments. Overlord stepping through. Again, Lings, the hatch, the drones all building up as well. The Fueling's going to step out the front. The Ling's heading around the right side as well. Again, a couple of those Queens and drones all coming through for a few moments here. Lings run straight into this mineral line, so this is just already going to be Yakov doing kind of what he did the other day when you saw Yakov against Clem, right? When he took a map off of Clem and actually looked very good in doing so. He put a lot of pressure on with these kind of like Ling counterattacks at kind of off timings, and this is already a great example of exactly that. 5-6 SCVs going down immediately. The couple of SCVs in the command center just about managed to finish that up and keep that alive. There's a lot of dead work, isn't it? The other thing I will say that is an issue right now is that we don't have a whole lot of follow-up here. Just no Hellion build from Babe Marine, and these Lings are taking complete and total advantage. The CC has to fly into the main, get repaired. There's SCVs that are just not mining during all of this. The Ling is going to say, let's go finish off that last SCV, and the tank fire does friendly fire it down, unfortunately, so that tank is going to be getting a little bit of the blame there. Well, 11 SCVs go down. That's a very serious amount of damage here early on. Let's be realistic. That's going to be hurting, and we'll see how exactly it follows through. As you see the Lib, the Hellions coming through, the Hatch and the Queen coming about as well, so all of that coming straight in for now. You have Marines and Hellions going across the map as well. With this medevac, so we're going to see if we can do some return fire as we try and set up into the center here initially, so we get that on the go. It's going to be a starting point for us as we get a few shots off, we get a few hits in. Medevac just going to sit here, that tank obviously firing away. The couple of Queens taking some damage as well. We'll see the Stimpak coming online, the Queens, the Lings, all coming up as well. So a lot of that continuing over just for the moment. Bringing this straight into play right now. The drone's going down, so again, that damage definitely adding up as well. Just going to be seeing those Lings continue to stay active and jumping onto the Hellions. Really trying to get a lot done there as well as they come back through and look for just a little bit extra. This is going to be just another 6 SCVs going down. It's funny that we've kind of gone Hellions on the follow-up to this and we're still taking damage. Yakov obviously kind of built a lot of Lings to make sure that this happened, but it's been absolutely fine. It's been a completely worthwhile investment. We've now killed 16 workers in the early stages of this game, and you can already see the economy advantage, 62 to 35. There is no way that we're not screaming to try and just get somehow back into this at this point already as Baby Marine. Like, we need to find a way to do some damage. There's just no two ways about it. You are not going to do okay in this game if you don't get some damage in return. These Hellions are going to try and step forward for something. There's the tank kind of in the back here that's going to back this up and try and play a little bit of the defense there to kind of protect units as they run in. Some of the Hellions get saved by the medevac. We kill a couple drones, but this position is just not doing what Baby Marine needs it to do right now. Like, he needs this to find damage. He needs this to put Yakov into a little bit of a position where at the very least he's feeling a bit of the pain. He's feeling a little bit of the hurt right now, and none of that is really true at the moment. None of that is really true at all. As the Hellions, the Marines step forward, they get rid of a creep tumor. It's going to see that medevac gathering up, missile upgrades. The Hydras continue to pull out here at the moment as well, so bringing that straight through. Groove Spine's coming up as well. 6 drones going down, attack and armor upgrades still coming up, combat shield building. Marines, barracks, all coming through. The SCV coming into play. Oval Command going to drop down to the 3rd base. We see the rest of this Marine Hellion army still pressing forward at this point as well. It's just heading upwards. The Lings want to run through. The Marines and the Hellions together are going to put some pressure on for a few moments as well. Another mule drops down into position right off the bat. Marines and Hellions will gather about the medevac gathering through. 1-1 combat shield, tank medevac's coming in. The armory going to build as well as Baby Marine will look for 2-2 behind it. I mean, is Baby Marine's best option just to sit and play mega defensive and just hope that he can kind of camp this out into a later game? Honestly, that might be one of his better ways to play this. Like, honestly, like, that might be the better approach for him at this stage to try and give himself some sort of a chance or some sort of an opportunity at least. Wing Hydra gathers up just on that front base for a couple of moments. It's going to set up over here. Again, 1-1 upgrades coming through. The missile and carapace coming in on the other side. These 3 medevacs will make their way across right now and just head down the left as that hatchery. Definitely going to be on our list of things to try and maybe pick up with these 3 medevacs of Marines. And cancel. Is late game better for Terran? It can be if you can get enough bases up and hold the bases and play defensive. I think the main thing is it can become very difficult. That's rough. I think it can become very difficult more than anything else for a Zerg to... I think more than anything else it can become very difficult for a Zerg to really stabilize Because when a Terran gets to that extra base, like, the Zerg feels the need to attack in again and again and again, and sometimes it's hard to make those attacks worthwhile enough. So I think at this point it's just like that's the best case you can kind of work towards. Just maybe sitting back, hoping that the Zerg throws a bit too much into you, and you can take some good fights while playing defensively. Because I don't think you're going to have enough units to make an impact in this game playing aggressively. Like, if you move onto the map right now, you're going to get swarmed. Yakov's maxed out. If you get maxed out and you move onto the map, you're going to get swarmed, and then Yakov's going to rebuild. You know, there's creep spread everywhere. So I think the best case scenario right now is you just take a fourth, you take maybe, you try and take a fifth, ideally, right? The dream is 4 to 5 bases. 4 bases first. If you get to 5 later on, brilliant. You really do have a shot at the game still. But you're playing from behind, and I think, like you say, you kind of just have to play like you are playing from behind, which unfortunately is obviously the case here. I think Bane Hydra going to run through. A couple of those tanks going to start taking some damage. A lot of these units showing up. And the Banes, I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about. Let the Zerg make bad fights into you, right? And as we get rid of pretty much everything there, that was a perfect example of what can happen. Where you just sort of sit there as the Terran, the Zerg attacks into you, and that gives you a good efficient trade, and maybe that already helps you secure the 4th base. I'm surprised we make this fight as Yakov before this 4th is established, no? Like, it feels like if you're going to make this fight, wait for this 4th to be a planetary, wait for SCVs to be here so you have targets to work on without the need of chasing toward the, the base over there, where the Terran is already set up extremely defensively. Yakov is going to make lurkers. He obviously has the infestors. Going to drop another fungal here. We already saw those previous units going down to that fungal. It's going to be another case of fungals delivering a lot of units for the Terran player into the arms of the Zerg, or the mouth of the Zerg, or the acidic explosions of the Zerg, however you fancy dying. Pretty much all of those have been a factor here. Yeah, Ling and Fest are going to move back around. We do see the few Lings going to chase up and get after the Bioforce there. A couple of moments. The Medevac's going to load up and boost away. And again, +2 missiles, +3 carapace, all of that coming up. Bane's coming up. Nidus Network producing as well. I mean, obviously, we're just going to still have a lot of tools here over the course of this game for Yakov to find good trades. I like these Vipers, especially with some of these kind of forward position tanks. Giving us a chance to kind of knock some of these tanks down and kind of open some of these spaces is kind of cool. Try and knock down the wall at the same time. I wonder if it would have just been better to abduct. Oh, you can't abduct tanks anymore, of course. But man, tanks are so busted, no? I forgot you can't abduct tanks anymore. Yeah, I guess Blinding Cloud and trying to fight them from afar was kind of decent then. Yeah, it's kind of weird because actually without being able to abduct tanks, it really does promote this ability to kind of put tanks very far forward and just hold, especially on this map, where the tanks really hold a lot of the middle of the map by being sieged up on this high ground. Like, they just can't get abducted and punished in the way that they probably most got punished in the past. In this case, the Lurkers are going to move forward, and the Lurkers will just outnumber the tanks that are in position initially, but that can only do so much. There's the tank obviously can get abducted while unsieged, as the rest of the Ling Hydra Infester moves up the right side and looks to make a move in. Hydra Bane connecting, a couple of Infestors get burrowed up, a lot of Ghost Snipes coming through at the same time here, so a lot of snipes coming by just for the moment. These Lurkers are still here as well, but they're in a kind of a weird line, right? So they're not all firing at once. That gives the Terran a much easier time kind of sniping them down one by one and clearing up. Nidus in the main base denied by a good tank position as well. Baby Marine showing his prowess in the later stage of the game and his ability to defend. But one Nidus does get up behind him, and that means that already we're going to see some Lurkers here that we have to now come and deal with. And that's usually not a lot of fun. A couple of units are going to stim in. They're not going to do well. This Orbital is genuinely on fire as well, so that's an issue. It's going to have to lift off out of here. New Nidus coming up to the high ground. Double Nidus in the main base. I don't know if we're going to get enough out here to really make an impact. We get a couple of Hydras out. We burrow one away from the scan. Oh, we lose the Nidus on the low ground before the Lurkers get back into it, so that's a little bit of a frustration now. Our tank's in range, and those Lurkers going to get battered down in the end. A little bit sad there for Yakov, because it did feel as though that was a moment where he didn't need to lose as much as he did. He is up on the left side with another Nidus, though. Resources lost is 16.6 to 11.2k. If we start shutting down the production, and this time we're really winning this fight, this time we're really kind of winning the fact that we got this position set up over here, and that's going to be a problem. Because if Baby Marine can't clear out these Lurkers, it's losing so much production that rebuilding is going to be tough. And you can kind of see, but Baby Marine doesn't have a bank build up, so re-establishing infrastructure is such an expense at this kind of stage of the game. We see a couple of low HP Ghosts getting caught. Another Nidus pops up because we're just that busy right now. There's just so much happening. Snipes coming down, the Lurker's getting hit. Getting cleaned up, so we finally find a way to break through this. Meanwhile, though, Lings are just flooding in over here. Nidus are just popping up just around the map as they please at this point as well, realistically. So they're just here, there, and everywhere. Lings running through, the Siege Tank taking some more damage. 19, 21 SCVs going down in a game where obviously Baby Marine did not exactly get off to the greatest of starts. Any sort of worker damage now is adding up heavily against him. Spire building in the back of this main base. Nidus still sitting out over here. The few extra Hydras and the Spire coming through. +2 melee and the +3 missile upgrade. Building as well at the moment, so we continue to bring that up. Marauder and the +3 attack also continue to come through. So Lurker's getting rebuilt. Hydra Bane going to be part of the addition here to get us all reset back into place for the moment. Couple shots coming down. Depot's going to fall. The SCVs gathered together as well. I'm just going to be seeing the Lurkers once again pushing into the middle of the map here. Yakov able to just take this position and just fight from afar. A couple of mineral lines that get blocked. The Liberator will be a good defense against it, but just the fact we have to take the time to come and make a defense against this in the first place is already a frustration. You know, like this is already something where it's like, oh man, you know, like does this have to happen? Yeah, it's a little tough as the Liberator gonna come back, re-siege once again, take this position, +3 attack. Tank Liberator coming through. I'm just gonna be seeing the greatest Spire coming up from Yakov, who has creep absolutely all over the place again. I mean, we got to the 4 bases as Baby Marine, but Yakov actually did a really good job of making this game chaotic. All those Niduses, and finally some of them got through, so it's not just being kind of free playing. Since we kind of got to the 4 bases, we made the Terran's life difficult on 4 base, and now you're kind of making it look almost impossible to ever take a 5th. Now, never say never, because Terrans have a way of kind of scraping through these games and then just about clearing enough space to get a 5th command center down, but the way it has gone, I don't know if Baby Marine has the numbers of units to take a 5th base. Even if he maxes out, like, I feel like he's being forced to spread so thinly. Taking a 5th feels like it's just going to expose other areas. And Yakov's been great at identifying and taking advantage of those areas that have been under-defended. And it's not even going to matter too much, because Yakov just swings in here with this entire army. Bam! For game 1. GG's. And it is going to be Yakov taking advantage of, obviously, what was a super strong early game, is what this really comes down to, right? The early game was so good that everything else really kind of just poured on in from there. And like I say, Baby Marine did the right thing in playing to the later stage and just trying to camp it out and trying to play late. I don't think there's a better route for you at that point to kind of go for. But, yeah, became a little bit tough. What's up, Nihibilis? Thank you so much for the fresh new Prime sub. Appreciate you big time. Maybe we should do a little bit of selling out. Yeah, maybe we should do a bit of selling out after these ads. Maybe at the start of this next map. I should do a little sub shout out and so some love on the stream. Appreciate all of you tuning in. Like I say, a reminder that in 12 hours time, the games will be starting for the All-Stars event. So in 12 hours time, the All-Star event will be beginning. Get excited for that. Going to Winter Madness. Game number 2, Yakov with the 1-0 lead in this series, looking to extend. Round 2 of this lower bracket action. And we have ourselves the red Terran player in the bottom right corner. This is Baby Marine. Up against the blue Zerg in the top left corner of the map, we have Yakov. Kicking off the game number 2. Such a strong start with all that harass early in that last game, and definitely expecting that to be most likely a continued factor here as well as we get into this one. Let's see if he throws Baby Marine off early once again. Want to see what's going on. Thank you so much, Non-Imber, for the 45 bits. You have 45 cents. Do something to me. In Chris' voice from Family Guy. I apologize that I can't do the voice, but thank you for the 45 bits. I appreciate it. Guys, if you watched on the YouTube, do consider taking a moment to hit the like and the subscribe button. It really helps the videos, especially when you hit that like button. YouTube loves to see it. It promotes the stream to more people. Even when the stream finishes up, we get a lot of views on the stream when it wraps up every day. So the likes definitely do help that get pushed out to more people. And if you're really enjoying, obviously do subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. It's free to subscribe. 50% of viewers do not sub, and it is our goal to try and hit. I mean, long-term goal, 100,000 subs would be incredible, but like that's such a long way off. But we don't get there without pushing it early, so get those subs coming in. We really appreciate it. Help make our dreams come true, and I'll keep on bringing stuff. As long as I have the goal to kind of hit that 100k sub mark on YouTube, I have no choice but to keep making StarCraft content. So if you keep making it hopeful or reality, then we might have, if we have the chance of eventually getting there, it may be that StarCraft will just never end. So check that out. Hit the like and subscribe. If you're on the Twitch, just a quick moment to say, obviously, thanks for watching. Hit the follow button if you don't already. Catch us when we're live. In 12 hours, we have the SC2 China All-Stars event. Cyril versus Hero, Classic versus Clem, Kua versus Solar, Maru versus Raynor, and did we mention the Legend matches? So today will be Scarlet versus Sue, and Scarlet versus SOS, and Innovation versus Sue. That starts in 12 hours' time. If you miss any of it, VODs will be up on the Twitch and the YouTube. And if you're enjoying the stream and the content, you want to support me and what I'm doing, consider obviously dropping the Prime subs or just subscribing in general. It helps me keep on streaming. It helps me keep on covering these events like the OSC Championship and everything else that you see here on the channel. So check that out. I appreciate it if you do. And thank you for listening to some of my sellout. Obviously, if you do want to go further, there's also the Patreon page, but that's more about supporting the WardiTV tournaments. We'll talk about that more when we have WardiTV events back. Now, we are just here with the OSC Championship. So again, thank you to OSC for having us. It's always great to be here every year for the championship and bring you guys the games from this one. It's always a ton of fun. We love it. We have a great time with it as well. I've been doing this for... I think I've been doing this for like 9 years now. I think, was it 2016 or 2017 I did my first one? It's probably 2017. I can't remember. I think it was 2017. Hang on. I'm gonna double check. I've looked this up before. I'm pretty sure it's 2017, but now I'm not so sure. Give me a second. I'm intrigued. The other PC doesn't like Wikipedia. Hang on. Pretty sure it wasn't Season 3 that I casted. Yeah, no, I didn't cast Season 3, but did I do Season 4? God damn it. Why do things press all the buttons that you don't want them to press? Gosh darn it. Hang on, guys. Sorry, I'm tabbed out. I appreciate it. I'm just intrigued. Yeah, no, it was Season 4 that I cast first. That was in 2017. So yeah, 9 years ago. I've been doing this event for 9 years now, every single January. So isn't that kind of crazy? Banshee coming through, cloaking coming up. As we get Blair and the drones coming into place, the Overlord and the Queen coming by, the couple of barracks are going to build and get that set and ready. As we have the depot, the SCVs, the Stim and So coming through. The few Hellions and the Reaper will be there to try and push into place just initially. Queens will settle down, and we do have ourselves the engineering base and those barracks all coming up. Just going to be seeing the few Hellions and the Reaper in the center getting joined together as well. About 5 minutes in here on Winter Madness, we've seen a drone and a Ling going down, so it's been a pretty passive game as I've been yapping on about other things, so apologies for the yapping, but we really haven't missed much just yet. Reaper and the Hellions will take the chance to step through. Just going to see the Queen's going to be there, keep these Hellions away. And we do have ourselves a third command center, the orbital down over in the bottom right corner. The Hellion's going to step through. Queen going to take a bit of damage again already. 2 shots coming about. Banshee's going to join in on the fun here. They are going to continue to work through those Queens for a few moments. So good damage being done. Good damage dealt right from the start there. Getting some work done initially. 1-on upgrades and stim pack coming online. Need to build into that as well here just for the moment. Now we're going to have the Carapace and Muscular Augments coming through too. The Banshee's getting rid of a Queen in the main base. The Bait Marine is getting some good harassment done in these early stages. A couple of these drones going down. A few workers falling so far. Depots coming through as well. Again, just seeing the 1-1 upgrades and everything else going by a couple of moments. And again, 4 drones dropping so far. So just going to see a little bit extra coming through on that. The Queen's still gathering. All of that coming through. Just going to be seeing, yeah, Missile Carapace coming online. Hydra's drone spore all building into place. Hellion's still getting through for a bunch of these creep tumors right now. So picking away at a lot of that at the moment. Again, 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield building by. And the Lings of Yakov pull over to the right side for the moment. The Reaper will join up in the center. Get that ready to rumble. Marines and the tank going to move through. Just going to get moving up into the middle as well. The rest of those Zerglings poised out on the right side. Missiles, Carapace, building on by. Getting that ready to go. Once Hellions still joined up together here as the Marines and the tanks going to be moving their way to the top. A few Zerglings escaping out over to the left-hand side as well. We do have 1 tank already sieged and a Queen already taking a bunch of damage there as the Queens are going to fire back in return. Just going to see the couple Queens continue to come through. Hydra's, Lings, and the Infestation Pit continue to build about. +1 missiles and the bailing speed on the way in right now. Those tanks still putting some good damage out onto the Queens. Marines pushing through. The couple Queens going down already. Lings and Hydras continue to chase on forward. A couple tank shots continue to absolutely pound in as well, so the damage is adding up. And all these Marines over here going to come in and join, and just going to see Bait Marine pulling back away. Supply's pretty even right now. Bait Marine just backing it up very safely. Kind of surprised. I mean, I guess he's adding on 3 more barracks, so he's just going to go full 8 racks. He wants to be full strength before he truly commits. Yeah, I'm just surprised because it felt like the position was already good for him. Now he's not pre-sieged or anything, so these couple of tanks are going to get caught quickly. Bane's going to threaten to chase through the choke point there, and Yakov is going to get a pretty decent catch. He's going to fall down a bit of supply, though, and Bane Marine has tanks further back that will end up protecting him. But man, a little bit of a rough moment or so for Bane Marine, who just wasn't quite prepared. Now he is going to catch these Hydras off creep, though, so maybe he can get a bit more value out of this. A couple of Balins going down before anything happens. Morphing Balins getting cancelled. We do see 1 Balin connecting. Now the fungal growth, and now the extra couple of Balins will land, and Baby Marine, he had it all going for him here until that fungal, and just there's like 2 or 3 Balins left. One of them even just finished morphing, and that is what cleaned up in the end. Wow. That is just such a moment of like, I feel like I can do anything right now. Baby Marine's stimming in, he's looking great. Just a 1 fungal, and honestly, the fungal alone wouldn't have been that bad if it wasn't just for the final 2 or 3 Balins that actually managed to connect as well. Lings and Banes turn back around. The Queen's gonna set up here as well. A lot of units still rallying up from Baby Marine. Yakov gonna send some Ling Hydra around the left to counterattack. Pick off some reinforcements. Throw some attention to the other side of the map. I like it. Yakov's doing a lot right now. He's on his way to Hive. He's on his way to the Lurker Den. If he survives through to any of that, then this game's amazing for him, but surviving through to that is obviously a massive question mark. That's why I like the Ling Hydra counter, because if you buy some time, if you force your opponent to be a little bit distracted for a little while, you could absolutely benefit from this. Ling Hydra coming through, tank going down, the rest of these Marines getting jumped on, and like I say, maybe Baby Marine having to pay some attention back over in that direction right now. It's going to see the siege tank is going to get grabbed. We do have Marines continue to shove up. Yakov just about hanging on in there. Lurker Den is getting closer and closer to being done. More Marines just firing through, trying to get a little bit extra done for the moment as well. A lot of Hydras on the way. Melee upgrade building through for a couple moments. A couple more tank shots coming about as well here. Just going to have ourselves the tanks again jumped on for a moment or two. Just going to be seeing the units of Yakov just about breaking in. Lurkaden's finished, guys. Can we get Lurkers out? There's not a lot of good answers to Lurker in this game apart from just pure tank. A few Lurkers could go a long way. Sizing is fine start, so we still need that to finish before we're really anywhere significant, I guess. Marines and the tank back into the center. This tank is going to siege. The Hydras will set up. Gonna step through. A few Lings going down. The tank firing across those rocks. Baby Marine is building a fourth base behind all this, feeling as though he's done enough to maybe, possibly draw himself out into a little bit of a later stage of this game. Tank sieging, Marines still pressing forward. The Hydras and the Zerglings here, both going to take that chance to try and run in on this. The Marines are going to get there here. This hatchery is dropping, and the hatchery is going to go down, so the hatchery falls. History attack upgrade going to be a part of this as well, as we just have that upgrade lead trying to be established further here from Baby Marine. He's going to get to the upper right. He's going to deny this base, so that hatchery falls immediately, so that's going to be a shutdown. Now everything else still gathering up. A couple more tank shots getting in toward the Ling Hydra. The Marines are going to rejoin. We've got these Liberators overhead to help push this position. Baby Marine ahead on supply again. Love the little run by once more. Yakov, anything you can do to just try and slow Baby Marine down, distract him, is going to be seen as a win right here, realistically. So, we do have the Lings over here. I mean, slow down some CCs, slow down some mining. Not sure you can really do much about this army, which is collecting at the moment. Hydra Lurker looking to push through again. Another tank or two going to siege up. The Marine step forward. The Liberators coming by. Going to step in. Tank shots already good onto a few of the Zerglings. On the other side of the map, a couple Lings are going to continue through as well and just pick away at a few of the different bits and pieces that are around there. Marines stepping over. The medevac settling. We're going to have this army looking to continue through. The 10 SCVs going down so far. Yakov. The issue is for Baby Marine is that Yakov is finally onto like Lurkers and so on, right? So he's finally onto this tech that genuinely gives him a really good chance to play through into a major advantage. Liberators setting up, the Marines pulling back, the tanks will keep sieging. Marine's going to get the Lurker right there. The rest of the Lings coming down the bottom. Siege tank coming through. The army continuing to fight. Lurker's going to shoot at the Marauders for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing the Lings running straight by after the SCVs. A couple more Liberators going to get sieged up as well. We do see on the upper left-hand side Marines pushing forward. A lot of Hydras going down, but the Lurkers are going to be what stops that momentum. This run-by is great. 20 SCVs going down. Economy being ravaged on the third base. The Yakov actually has a supply lead for like the first time in the game, at least a significant supply lead. There's never been a point where the supply has really been favoring him at all. Not even by like 5 or 10, I feel like. I keep looking at him like, oh god, he's down by like, you know, a little bit. He's just going to drop the Blinding Clouds, and with all the tech units, he's going to get Baby Marine to say GG. Baby Marine does not think he can win out this game any longer, and I don't really disagree. I do think Yakov checkmated him purely with army composition at the end of this. GG, and that is going to round out a game 2 in favor of Yakov. I mean, that feels kind of brutal for Baby Marine, because at this point it feels as though everything is going to go kind of the wrong way for you, right? So, yeah, alright, we're going to jump into game number 3 here, guys. We're going to be going to Death War, which we haven't seen really on stream, because this map has been bugged and not given us replays a lot of the time when we should be expecting it to actually give us replays. So we've not seen a lot of it because the times it has been picked in the tournament, it's actually bugged out. We've not been able to see the games, but they've actually played on the correct version that will save the replays this time. So that is a major bonus, and that is going to allow us to go into Death War here as we go into game number 3. Yakov on a 2-0 lead right now, heading to this third map. You're watching the OSC Championship, powered by Ladder Legends, guys. Let's go into game 3 of what is our second to last series today. If this one wraps up, we have a PvP between us and going offline. Like I say, in 12 hours, we'll be casting Sue versus Innovation, though, in the All-Stars Championship in China that are playing live offline in Hangzhou. So expect a fun show from that as long as the clean feed works. If it doesn't work, I'm going to go back to bed. So fingers crossed on that one as we get up and ready to rumble. Gas coming down, a couple drones coming down. We have the depot and the SCV building up for a few moments, and we get ready to rumble here for the next couple of seconds. So we get this started up here on Death Aura, and it is going to be Baby Marine in the top left, Yakov in the bottom right. For this game 3 of the best of 5, Yakov with the 2-0 lead. These kind of bridges with these acceleration zones make this map a little smaller than you think. I mean, this used to be a good Terra map. A lot of ledges, a lot of positions to put your tanks onto, and your other units that can just then generate pushes and kind of pressure for you as the Terran player. So, yeah, Terrans used to like this map quite a bit, I feel like, if I remember correctly. So, let's see if that's going to be the case here for Baby Marine, who needs to bring this back from 0-2 down in this elimination series. Back to bed sounds good. Like, I want to cast the awesome StarCraft games, but if I wake up and the clean feed is just not working, like, I'm not messing around at 3 a.m. in the morning. Like, I'm gone. So let's just all hope that the clean feed works. They did a clean feed test last night, by the way, which was at 3 a.m. my time. I was not waking up at 3 a.m. just to see if the clean feed worked. So we're going to test it live, honestly. We're just going to test it live and see what happens. So yeah, like I say, we don't usually cast 12 hours from now. It's the complete opposite schedule we have, but we will be casting at that time later on. So if that's something that actually suits you, if you usually, if in 12 hours time you are available to watch StarCraft, make sure you tune in. I only mention it so much because, like I say, it's really off schedule for us. So I want to make sure you guys know that it's going to be happening so you don't miss out. Reaper down the left as we make a move. And getting across here just for a moment or so. Getting set up and seeing where we go. Inno vs. Sue could be so sick, or it could be 2 proxy barracks games back to back as well. I feel like these Legends games have the chance to either be really cool or really one-sided, to be honest. Or really short. Well, let's Reaper moving around. The Howling's already on the other side and try and cause a little bit of chaos early on once again. So a bit similar to what we've seen before, but this time we're going to follow up with some Roaches already. So Yakov, 2 bases and going straight to the Roaches here. They're going to play a very aggressive game. Now this Reaper saw no third.
Is under attack.
Didn't see the Roach run or any further info. And this is kind of the idea, is that these Lings go across the map, and by going across the map, these Lings force the Reaper to turn back around, and because the Reaper has to turn back around, the Reaper does not then see the Roaches popping out and coming across the map, which can obviously run through the middle of the map pretty quickly because there's acceleration zones to speed up your progress across the bridges. So, Roach attack getting set to go, and currently Baby Marine is blind to it. We're going to go Lair behind this as Yakov. Yeah, Baby Marine could not be less prepared right now. He does not have a bunker. He just has units. Obviously, he can. It's only 5 Roaches. You can deal with this, but because you're not prepared, you're going to take damage while dealing with it is the issue. Yakov could morph into Ravager as one of these Roaches gets low as well to try and prolong this experience. Gets a pretty fresh meal here, SCVs. I mean, we just stepped to fight the SCVs if that's what we're going to try and do. We go up the ramp. I just think just trading the SCVs would have been kind of alright. That's like 8 SCVs for free. Like I say, you can morph a Ravager if you want to spend the gas and trying to keep these units alive longer. We're still honestly trading well enough going after the Marines right now. I mean, reducing the unit count is good because it removes the potential of counterattack from Babe Marine, who's going to be down 16, 17 workers after this double army supply. We will have to make a few units here in the next couple of moments to ensure that we're going to be okay in this as Yakov. Otherwise, the counterattack could be scary. There is going to be the Spire coming up as well, though. Aliens just come back through. I'm just going to be seeing the Spire, the Evos coming up, Roaches, Lings coming in, Queen and the Ling speed coming about. Hellions and the Reaper moving across as well. Raven, Hellion, Stimpack, all building through. The few SCVs are coming in. The Hellions are still moving about as well. Onto the bottom right side. Evo Chambers are going to set up. That Spire building into play. I'll just cancel those Evos and open up the wall as the Hellions and the Banshee have a chance to maybe move through there. Like I say, the Spire is brutal, because if you just don't know about the speed of the Spire and you don't have a lot of anti-air ready, these meters are just going to kill you. And I get the very bad feeling right now that there's a very good chance that these mutas might just kill you as Baby Marine in this game, because I really feel like his preparation for this is at a minimum, to be honest. It's really not looking great right now. Hellions come about, just going to get set up. We will have the 7 meters coming through, the drones coming about, Hellions, Banshee, Raven moving around the right side for a couple moments. Again, the meters coming about, the drones are coming through, the units escape out over to that right-hand side as going to be seeing the hatchery getting going. Skillus will make that play. We are building missile turrets. Problem with missile turrets is they're not going to cover everything. We see this, I mean, you can see he's trying to missile turret up elsewhere in his base because he really does have a lack of anti-air. So that's kind of going to be part of the problem. The mutas are going to ignore the Hellion Banshee Raven. There's a single Marine to get rid of. The tank runs to a missile turret here. We can kill this depot. That's a cooldown supply depot. We can go after Stim. I mean, if you have to pull units in to defend against the Stim pack, defend the Stim pack here, that's not exactly ideal because then you just lose those SCVs as well. So, okay, I mean, we finished Stim at least. We will finish the Tech Lab now. We could just go Tech Lab. We could go after the reactor. I mean, the problem is as Marines spawn right now, they're going to get killed. And as they die, it's a problem, no? I mean, we see the mutas going to get forced back by what? A couple auto turrets? We save a couple of Marines at least. Missile turret there is going to help. The mutas pull back and gather up. It's going to get the depots on the front, so there's never going to be a wall off here. I mean, at least there's the Hellions, which kind of, you know, are scary at least against, you know, Lings. So we still have those at least, but Baby Marine now supply block. Siege tank sieged up is going to go down as well. The mutas obviously, as they hit units, can bounce their glaives elsewhere too. Kills the Widow Mine. Going after Marines. Drops another auto turret here. We're going to lose another supply. This is the cooldown supply depot, so that's going to be even more expensive. And we're going to be supply blocked heavily once again. GG. I mean, Baby Marine just ran in the Hellions on the other side, but there's Roaches and Lings here. And they are just going to get the catch, and that's just going to pretty much put an end to this as Yakov sweeps Baby Marine off his feet and out of the tournament. He gets knocked on out of here. No problem at all for Yakov. Yakov looking strong. That's a strong result from Yakov. His next matchup, I believe, is against Mana. It's not today, but his next matchup against Mana, and I kind of look at that, I'm like, man, with the way Yakov's playing, I see him winning that and going on a run. Mana, he would rematch against Geralt if he was to win that as well. I mean, obviously that was an issue for him in the upper bracket, but maybe a rematch possibility could go differently. I mean, Yakov basically has Protoss for the future, so it really depends on how his ZVP is. His ZVT looks good. If his ZVP can be good, he could have a run in him. Like Mana, Geralt, Skillus / Nightmare / Shameless, Christiana. He could make a deep run here, but it is very reliant on his ZVP kind of holding up, and yeah, I think his ZVP has been one of his weaker matchups, unfortunately, so yeah. Alright, guys, we are going to go into our last series of the day. It is going to be Skillus versus Nightmare. So we're going to get this warmed up for you all and into game. I'm just going to take a couple minutes to BRB, though, so I'll see you guys in a second. I'll throw the Ladder Legends video up while I take a quick BRB, and we'll come back with this in just a couple of moments, guys. So appreciate you all. I'll see you guys in just a sec. We'll be right back.
StarCraft is a freaking hard game. When you look at where you are and then where the very best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen. Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.
Welcome back, guys, as we get ready to jump into Skillus vs. Nightmare, final series of the day for us. It's a little bit shorter day today. I asked for a couple less series because me and Helen are going out for a little bit tonight, so just wanted to be finished up on time. So only the 5 best of 5s today. We'll be back to the juicy 6 best of 5s, I think, on Sunday to be ready into this next series, 10,000 feet, as we are going to have in the bottom right corner the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. This is going to be Skillus. Taking on the blue Protoss in the top left of the map from Streamer Zone, we have Nightmare. Alright, so back to PvP. We saw Skillus win PvP against Art at the very start today, 4 hours ago or so. We saw Nightmare win against Trigger about half an hour or so ago. Who is the favorite here? I have to think the favorite's Nightmare, but if I had to put a number on it, I'd say like 60-40. I think Skillus takes the map, if not 2, would be my official prediction. So let's see if that can be accurate, or let's see if Skillus can surprise me as the probe pulls up to the top, moving around a little bit. Just going to see the gates and the assimilators coming through. Probe is going to high five in the center of the map to start us off, and away we go. For that email, I know and Sue, and just ask them not to just cheese the games. I could send Sue and Inno a Discord and see what they say, but I don't think Inno's gonna care. I think Sue might actually, do I even have Sue on Discord? Sue might have been a Sue might have been a Skype guy. Oh, I have Sue on Discord. Oh, it's so sad looking back at old messages with old players and tournaments we invited them to and stuff. They used to play in these things, you know. They used to play in these things, and now they don't play. Very sad. Proby's coming around. Sentry and the Warp Gate continue to come up for a couple of moments here. We just got that on the go for the moment. Probe going to trade out the other probe. We're going to drop a pylon down as well as we get ourselves settled in here. For just a moment or two. So yeah, getting set, getting settled. Probe's going to nibble at other probes for a moment. See where we go as the Twilight Council comes up. The Sentry and the Warp Gate going to be coming in as well. All of that coming by for the moment. Sentry will just nibble at that probe a little longer, so a bit more damage done here for a few moments as that probe gets chased away. Twilight Council going to be finishing soon from Skillus. He's on the 2 gateways. He is going to throw down the expanse. 2 gates into Twilight and to expand. We just have Stalkers on the way currently from Nightmare. No tech placed just yet from Nightmare. So kind of intrigued as to where this goes for him. Do throw down the Nexus at least, so we'll be starting with that. Yeah, he still has a lot of gas to spend. I guess maybe Sentries come out of the gateways next. And we just kind of go for the Sentry kind of expansion-based play. Link just starts from Skillus. Okay, this is going to be Sentries. So we're going to have a bunch of Sentries, and we already have the Stalkers across the map from Nightmare too, which means he has a bit of pressure being applied. He has to cancel on one structure, now looking for more. But the other Stalkers show up, although now more Stalkers show up from Nightmare as well. So really, I guess a lot of this just being the fact he built 4 Stalkers to pressure early on. He gets 1 Stalker if Skillus super low. Skillus desperately in need of the Warp Gate or something. He's not building anything out of these gates right now. Uh-oh. He's going to have to pull probes, no? Like, this is a bad position because he's going to lose power to the gate. So even when Warp Gate finishes... Oh, and Warp Gate's powered by that pylon as well. Oh, this is really bad. Skillus is just falling apart super early in this game. This is not a good sign at all, as at this point, even if you repower those gates, you have to morph them into Warp Gate, then warp in. I mean, I guess the benefit is we built sentries behind this as Nightmare rather than going into more Stalkers. So at least there's a chance we actually push this back, but as the sentries show up, we can force field to kind of help if we need to. Honestly, we could still be up on this high ground. We pull back to the low ground and try and play safe. Skillus is going to do his job for him and just say, buddy, you got me dead to rights here. Like, let's not mess around. Let's not mess around. This one's done, and it very much so is done. Skillus is in a horrible position. He taps out of here. Giving Nightmare a quick, speedy game 1 victory.
When you look at where you are...
Ladder Legends, you've had your time. Be gone for the moment. Come back later. As, yeah, I mean, that's just an absolutely brutal starting point. For Skillus. I mean, that's just so rough for Skillus in the start of this series, no? Like, absolutely brutal stuff. Alright, game 2 coming up. Nightmare, Skillus, PvP. Continuing through here in a couple of moments, guys. Get this ready to go. Actually, have no reason to hold up, so we can just go into it. Get this started straight away. Hell, yeah. Alrighty, so game number 2 of this best of 5. We have in the top right, unfortunately not off to a great start. It is going to be Skillus, our red Protoss, down a game at the start of the series on Ruby Rock. Up against Nightmare, who just got momentum in his favor early, and he really ran with it. And, yeah, I think Skillus, I mean, 2 Stalkers into the Twilight, it's kind of greedy. You know, there's a reason I'm like, well, where's the tech from Nightmare? Well, he was just building units, and he just realized he could come across the map, and usually you just come across the map and poke, but in this case, there was nothing else on the way from Skillus. Right? So he was just in so much trouble so quickly, and then you lose power to the gateways and the warp gates, so then you just get nothing out of this. Because you're going Twilight, it takes forever for that Twilight upgrade to finish, so the Twilight upgrade doesn't come through for a long time either. And so it's not like that's going to come in and save your day or anything, so just a little bit of a rough position in general there. As GG gets called, and we chrono boost up some probes on this Nexus. Probably coming around, just going to be seeing the couple gates and the assimilator coming about as well. One probe pulls out over to the edge there. Try and see where things will go. And that cyber core coming through. And again, the probe's coming by. Just going to be seeing the probe of Skillus up to the top. Just going to drop a pylon down as well. Put that straight into place. Pylon coming in. Probe in the main bay is going to come back through as well, just to check what's up. So Nightmare is getting a lot of info, and if he's able to accurately count pylons, he will know that one is missing right now. And I would imagine Nightmare is capable of counting pylons. One pylon and a Nexus does not let you be unsupply blocked at this stage. And it is going to be a proxy from Skillus. He's going to build a Stargate, which is a little bit unique. When we saw the Stargate proxy from Trigger against Nightmare earlier, I thought it was pretty unique. Obviously, Trigger ended up losing the Stargate before the Oracle got out. So this is not a super nearby Stargate, though. This is more so just like a hidden Stargate. You know, like, it's not that close to the Protoss base, or his opponent's base in general, so like, if we wanted to be more aggressive, we probably could have been more aggressive. Like, you could have thrown a Stargate down over here, although maybe it gets scouted, right? This gets scouted anyway. Nightmare sees it, so he sees what's up immediately. His scouting's been very good, and he is checking, like, around a lot of the map, a lot of the corners and so on. Just so happens to run into this one, checking up over here. Because he sees he doesn't need to go anywhere else, just brings this probe straight back down. The only issue Nightmare has is, can these Stalkers get there in time to deny this? The Oracle, I think, will get out this time. So we talked last time about how, obviously, if the Stalkers start hitting that pylon, as the Oracle starts, it's very comfortable. In this case, they're going to hit this pylon a little bit late, so this Oracle will get out, and the Oracle will be able to go across the map, but we will then make sure that this Stargate is denied, only producing the single Oracle. Even here, it's actually pretty close. And the Oracle does just about get out. I wonder if the probe stayed there and hit the pylon. I mean, I guess the Adepts would have cleaned it up, as one Adept went down, by the way, during all this. I wonder if the probe had been able to stay there and hit the pylon would have made the difference, because it was actually kind of close at the end. Anyway, Stargate depowered, the Oracle will head into the main, but we do know that this exists, and believe it or not, if it exists, we're going to respect it. And hence, we'll pull into position here. The Stage Ward just gets insta-kill because there's units here. Not sure what we were expecting there as Skillus. And that does not really do much for him at all. Robo Facility coming up as the next step from him. Twilight Council coming in from Nightmare at the moment, as these few Stalkers will gather together. And look to move out into the middle of the map. So Nightmare's saying, cool, good defense from me early, and I'm just going to start applying some pressure where you've put investment into things that have not done a lot right now. I'm going to try and take advantage of that. And that is something I can respect. He's going to run into a bunch of Stalkers in a battery, so does not really find too much opportunity to do anything there, but like I say, I like the idea. I think it's the right call to at least get on the map and see if there's some opportunity. As long as you still have enough at home to play defense, and a couple Stalkers here in this mineral line are going to be good. The cool thing is that you know it's only one Oracle because you depowered the Stargate, right? So unless he goes through the effort of repowering this, you know you can get away with no units in the main base as long as you have the battery, because one Oracle will not do much before these Stalkers show up. So you actually have that. That's actually kind of like a really cool little bonus there. It's a cool little something you kind of get to figure out straight away almost. As you can see, the Stargate going to take some damage. It is going to be taking some shots and going down. Let's just make sure it never gets repowered or anything. Nice and easy to begin with. And that blink coming through, the couple of probes and the gateway coming about, the assimilator's on the way. Just having the Stalkers here continue to move around. That blink still ticking along. The gateway and the Nexus coming by. You can see that hallucination coming up as well. The Nexus throws straight down from Nightmare. Skillus will be going in the same direction. Skillus a little bit ahead on the third Nexus timing for the moment as the Immortal in the blink. Continue through 2. Hallucination pops out. Just going to come across for the moment. Hallucination moves her by over to the right side at the moment. He is just bringing this across over to the right. The Stalkers and the Sentries into the middle of the map, making their move as well. Big push from Nightmare at the moment as we head to the top. Only one Stalker there that pings the Immortal, so we take the barrier off the Immortal straight away. Good play, and now we dive in. We get the Immortal, but we lose to the Stasis Ward. Okay, here's the interesting question. Do we manage to take advantage of this? I think, yeah, we probably do, because what's going to happen here is that these Stalkers are going to pop out of stasis. Okay, we popped the barrier on the Immortal, which is nice, because now maybe these Stalkers can jump on it. Second stasis if you move forward. It's going to be chasing through. These Stalkers, obviously, they blinked into this position, which means their blink's on cooldown, so you lose a bunch of them, so yeah. Nice job from Skillus, actually getting some value there, and the Stasis Ward coming up big for him to keep him healthy. He's not going to get to his own blink soon, and he's going to be blink Stalkers of his own, plus Immortals. I don't mind Skillus' position. Work count kind of even. Start of this game might not have been great for him. He loses a pylon here, but I think it's a very playable game, and we are kind of set against each other in a very playable position as of right now. So I think we're in a very comfortable spot there. Does cooldown pause in stasis? Yes. So if you blink into a stasis, when you come out of the stasis, your blink is on a fresh cooldown, you know? And that's why it's so damning in PvP, because blinking in, it means that when those units come out, they have no retreat mechanism. For units that are typically reliant on their retreating mechanism, that's why stasis wards are so damning so often in this matchup. Because it's just, like I say, if you blink into the stasis, there's so much potential for your opponent to take advantage of that. Especially if your opponent's got like Immortals and so, they can then just wrap around those Stalkers, and you've got like a full 7 seconds before blink off cooldown. Guardian Shield will pop up here as Skillus continues to try and play defense. Temple Archives on the way from both, Charge on the way from both. Nightmare's a little bit ahead on a couple of those things, but Skillus is ahead on the +1, so we're kind of just playing a little bit of this, a little bit of that, back and forth from the players at the moment, figuring out exactly where we're going, and figuring out exactly where things are going to be rounding out here in general over the next little while, as the Stalker, Zealot, and company are going to join up together for a couple more moments, and we just have the Archons to charge, +1 attack upgrade, all of that coming through for now. Bunch more Warpins coming in as well, so got a few more units here from Skillus. 4th base coming up, as is Nightmares. I mean, Nightmares is already finished, so like I say, Nightmares are ahead in a few ways. I guess the only way that Skillus is really ahead at the moment is the fact that he has the +1 a little bit more quickly, so More shots coming about. Again, the High Templars build through, the +1 attack upgrade building in. See the Stalkers gathering up for a few moments here. See what is next on the list of things to do. The Zealots are going to come charge across. The Skillus is thinking about being aggressive. Look at the unit count here. He's down by 2 Archons, but he has got the 3 Immortals. The Zealot count's similar. Stalker count's kind of similar too. Move up this ramp, and I don't love that he's up against these Archons. I feel like these Archons are super powerful, and we need to kind of respect them. Stalker's just going to blink up to the top side. Like, he has no splash to get rid of his opposing Zealots. And again, that 1 Archon, I guess, is the splash that you have. The 3 Immortals get microed back, but the Zealots are just running rampant over your army. I don't know what Skillus thought he had here. I don't know what he thought he had at all. He loses everything, tries to recall, and did we actually get away with an Immortal? I don't even know what base he went to. I was going to say he didn't because I couldn't even find the units that I thought got recalled out. Okay, Nightmare just takes the game number 2 because Skillus says GG. I just don't know what Skillus thought he had. Like I say, I don't hate the decision to fight or to poke across the map. But I think when you see 3 Archons versus your 1, then it ain't really it, you know? Like, I feel like when you see that army, you've got to be able to see, okay, I don't have an advantage here. Like, maybe he had the upgrade advantage for a teeny bit. But I just don't think that's an army where the upgrade advantage, even if it was there the entire fight, makes the difference, right? How did it snowball so quickly? I mean, Skillus just took a bad fight. It's as simple as that. You've got 3 Archons versus 1, and the Immortals from Skillus had to pick up and micro back very quickly. So the Stalkers blinked on the Immortals. They forced the Immortals to micro backward. When the Immortals pulled back, they can only reach the Zealots. So you've got Immortals shooting at the Zealots, which means that you're essentially just kind of doing damage to units that you don't do bonus damage to. So the Immortals aren't really an advantage. You had less Zealots, even if it's just by a couple. You don't have an upgrade lead anymore. Your opponent was in a better spot with his Stalkers, and most importantly, those Archons are just shredding. And that really puts you at the disadvantage, because then the Archons really just get through the Zealot line so much more quickly. And that really is just super, super painful at the end of it all, so. GG. GG. It didn't really snowball in terms of setting up. It was simply just the one fight, and it's just not a fight you can justify taking. Plus, there's also the battery there defensively. Like, that's the sort of fight you take if you're like 20 supply up, right? Or like I say, like maybe he's trying to take advantage of the upgrade advantage or so, but like, then you also need just at least the same army to maybe make the upgrade make the difference. But he didn't have the same army. Like I say, you look at the tech units, he might have had a couple more Immortals, but once they got nullified essentially in the fight, then yeah, you don't have anything that's really making the +1 advantage look like anything. And like I say, +1 advantage wasn't even there the whole time, so GG. Game number 2 goes the way of Nightmare. Game number 3 coming up. We had some great series to start the day, and now we've had a 3-0 from Yakov, and Yakov played great in that series. But now we've got Nightmare on a 2-0 lead here as well pretty quickly, so kind of hoping that we get some bounce back from Skillus, because like I say, we had a pretty great start of the day. It would be sad to see the end of it just kind of fizzle a little bit here in today's OSC Championship games. Nightmare looking good though. Maybe I was wrong in my 40-60 prediction. Maybe I put a little bit too much faith on Skillus. I don't know. I still believe a little bit, honestly. I still believe a little bit. Simulator, gateways coming through and get set up. Be the double gate coming out initially, so just bring that straight on in. Cybercore dropping down. Yeah, the gateway's building through for a couple of moments. Well, Skillus is just going to build something out to this left-hand side. This is a sneaky little place to proxy, because this is not somewhere you would scout, I would say, as Nightmare. Like, this feels like just a hidden pylon, but it's actually going to be a structure over here, otherwise this probe wouldn't be sticking around on it. So what are we going to do? Is this another Stargate, or what plan do we have, Skillus? Maybe a Twilight Council Dark Shrine just, like, hidden away? Or maybe he doesn't actually do anything with it, maybe just... Okay, maybe he keeps the probe there, now he moves it across the map, and now maybe when the probe arrives, it kind of mind games you into thinking it's at a time where it would have proxied something. Maybe. I'm just thinking why he'd keep the probe here rather than sending out. Unless you just want to make it look as though you're... unless you just want to make it not seem like there's a probe on the map as well, and you're worried about moving it around because it would give it away a little bit, right? Yeah, I'm not sure. Sentry and warp gate building up and get settled down. A couple stalkers is going to move forward for the moment. The sentries, warp gate coming through. The couple extra stalkers building by right here is just going to get those up for a moment and rally them in. A couple stalkers of Skillus getting up to the top side. That probe is going to be there as well. Open 2 stalkers to the left-hand side. Nexus, sentries, warp gates, all building for now. The other couple stalkers coming around as well. It's just getting a lot of that underway for the moment. Products facility coming through. The warp gate still building. A couple of stalkers just pinging through the pylon for a couple of moments as well. And the stalkers step forward once again, going after the other couple stalkers and the sentries for now. You get rid of one of those stalkers at the very least, so I'm going to be able to make a grab on that. Yeah, the bit of back and forth. We're going to get rid of this pylon as Nightmare. And Skillus producing through into his Immortal. Nexus comes up from Nightmare as well, and he starts to blink, so it's going to be the difference between them at the moment. Stalkers and a couple sentries keep moving through, just going to move up to the top. As Adept's going to shade. Again, look to apply a bit of this pressure. Good block from Skillus. Not going to let anything come of that. He has a prism on the way. He's not really building more probes, so he's kind of sending this. Those are not great force fields to start out with. Obviously, it feels like he's obviously looking to try and make a little bit of something happen here, and that's going to fall short of the mark in this current situation as these couple of Adepts will get caught. I mean, if you're going to push across the map, that's all well and good, but losing 2 force fields here, not catching anything forward is not ideal. This might be better. Second force field. We catch the sentries, so there's some value there. We lose 1 in return, but just the 1. Adepts moving through. They're just going to try and shade by. The battery on the high ground can come in and block once more. The Adepts commit to the shade. They'll kill the probe, but will lose themselves to the Stalkers as the recall comes down. One Adept falls. I'm just going to see the rest of the Stalkers pulling back down. A couple more moments as well here. Pushing to the bottom right now as we have Skillus. He's pulling probes. Oh my god. We're pulling the boys in a PvP! I never thought I'd see the day. This is actually kind of wild. So the boys have been pulled, and like I say, Skillus might have the wrong matchup right now, but we'll give it a go. Let's see. He's been operating some terror, and he's like, I've seen this before! Well, these probes, they're gonna go harass the other probes at the probe attack! Oh my goodness, 6 probes coming down to start us off. This is already a little bit silly. We're going to drop down another force field over there. A bit more being done for a few moments. We commit forward here as Nightmare, but his numbers are not looking good. The damage was done. The Immortal kept alive a long time, and the Prism's still alive along with said Immortal. Is obviously going to be a big deal toward the tail end of this as well. So, wow, what a fight on the side of Skillus. And he still has the probes here, ready to tank some more damage, ready to do their work. My goodness. Force still coming down. We're going to pull probes in return. Like I say, there are still probes here from Skillus getting involved. GG gets called, and Skillus takes game 3 of this series. With the boys on the opponent's side of the map. I don't think Nightmare was really ready for that, to be fair. Like, no defense on the low ground, no batteries or anything ready to go, and Skillus is just committing. So you're playing against a committed opponent, and you're not really committing to a defense, right? Like, that's just kind of a blunder in itself, and I think that alone gives the opening for Skillus to make this happen. Doubled down on by the fact that boys show up, although I'm not sure how impactful the boys really were. I think we probably would have been okay with this without the boys, if I'm going to be honest, as much as I love them. I don't know if they were a necessary addition into this fight, to be honest. Hey, Skillus takes a map in a bit of an unorthodox way. having some fun games. This tournament really does produce fun games, doesn't it? We've been having a good time in the OSC Championship this year. Winner of this plays Shameless in round 4 of the lower bracket, so we'll be excited to see if that is going to be Nightmare or not. I actually think Shameless has been playing so good lately. I'd say he's probably stronger than Skillus right now, overall. But it'd be interesting to see him have a shot against Nightmare. It'd be interesting to see Shameless play Nightmare after we've seen Trigger and Skillus play Nightmare, right? So that could be kind of interesting, like I say, kind of cool. Let's just take a moment or so here, guys, and I'm just waiting for ads, so give me 2 seconds and we'll get this underway. Alright, let's do it. Let's jump in map number 4. Skillus stops us from having the final game of the day. One more map at least. See if you can do it again. Let's see if you can take us to a game 5. Reverse sweep on the board. That's all you ask in the chat. I wouldn't have said so after the first 2 games, but hey, PvP. Anything can kind of happen, right? Can Yakov beat Mana to avoid more PvP? That's going to be a good question as well, to be honest. I actually don't know. I think that's a really tough one to ask because, yeah, I think Mana's just very good. And Mana is very solid. I think Yakov can beat Mana. I don't think that's going to be an easy series for him, though. Bottom left, as we are going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is going to be Skillus, looking to bring us back in the series. Can he take us all the way to a game 5? We have a few people that have gone from 0-2 down to a game 5 lately, so never say never is what I'm going to say right now. Never say it's impossible. Never say it's impossible. Gates coming up, probes coming through, the assimilators drop into place as well, so we get that straight into play. Just for the moment, get this set up, and away we will be going. Gates, assimilators, all building through. Take a couple seconds here. This on the way. See this one probe of Skillus is going to start running across the map, so follow this for a few moments here. It will be 2-2. Oh, I love the confidence. Love the confidence. Cybercore, Gates coming up, probes moving. To scout, there's already a probe in the main base of Skillus already, so we're already getting some info in over there, nice and early. Lose the probe from Skillus, so Nightmare clearing that out. Now his probe is going to be the excitement on the map, I guess. 2 Adepts on the way from Nightmare. Stalker Sentry, the choice from Skillus early on. Probe is going to push through. The other probe going back. Two Adepts going to shade. And then the Twilight Council building through. That Nexus coming up. The Nexus coming on the side of Skillus, so we get that going. The 2 Adepts will move around for a few moments. Battery going to finish up at the front. And you see the Adepts actually in the main base. Going to force a force field initially. Got a couple of probes so far. Nightmare off to a pretty gracious start here in this game. And a couple of workers going down. The Adepts peel away. Going to shade once more. This hallucination moving down to the bottom left-hand side. Coming up, the sentry's coming over. I'm just going to nibble. The depth goes down. Blink from both players. Again, the Stalker's coming up. The Probe's still building by. 4 workers killed, though, and so Skillus already taking some of the damage early. And what is going to be another expansion-based PvP. Man, I tell you what surprised me the most about the PvP in this event. We've seen so much expansion-based PvP, and I don't know if that's just the level of players we're seeing, right? You know, some of these guys are not the top-end Protoss that we see all the time. Obviously, some of them are. But I feel like we're just seeing, even from the guys that kind of are at that point, though, like, we're just seeing so much expansion PvP. Maybe I really am just so used to, like, max packs PvP where everyone just wants to kill him and be done with it. But, like, I feel like even outside of that, we see a lot of, like, aggressive PvPs from other guys as well, so... yeah. Thing coming up, robot facility building through. Just gonna be seeing the hallucination over the right side. Just gonna be checking out into the main base for a couple of moments. Probe jumps into the assimilator. I get that on the go. Can blink, immortal. Continue to come through for a little bit. Stalker Sentry moving back around. Just going to be seeing the hallucination moving up a little bit as well. So move around a little bit early. Let me just see. I mean, both players heading into the third. They're obviously both happy with the situation so far. Blink about to be done from Skillus. Already here from Nightmare, and he will be on the map to try and take advantage of it. Sees the 2 Adepts here, so he's going to just grab those. So both those Adepts end up dropping, and just a little bit less on the map. Focus Thunderies down to the bottom side against the Immortals. Going to obviously be able to put some pressure onto those. That's the thing right now, right? Is that Nightmare has a larger army, but 2 Immortals are so beefy to jump into. Even if you tag the barriers on them, it's a lot of shots onto only the Immortals. You're going to take a bunch of Immortal fire because there's 2 of them. You're not going to get rid of both quickly, right? Stalker's just going to blink in the natural. Going to get rid of the battery. That's an aggressive blink, but he has the force field to kind of keep the Immortals away. His Prism's going to go down quickly, and the scary part of this is that there's another Immortal popping in a moment. So there's going to be 3 Immortals here now from Skillus to play defense with, as we are going to see those Stalkers still taking damage, a few more shots coming through. You can see the extra gates coming about from Skillus. The Stalkers relocate back to the center. I tell you, I mean, we got rid of a lot of the buffer here. We kill the center as well. It's a nice grab too. Get rid of a lot of the buffer, so now just these Immortals remaining. Kind of makes it feel as though maybe it's a bit more viable to kind of jump on them. We see Skillus going to go Glaives on the follow-up. Already 1 Immortal from Nightmare, and it's just rallied across the map. It is going to stop short of his opponent's base, at least. So there's not going to be too much of a mistake made there, I suppose. The Stalker step into the third. Nylon will go down. Just going to see the Sentry going down as well. Really nice grabs at the moment. Gates continue to come through just for the moment. Again, that Prism coming up. We get that set to go. We'll see ourselves. The Stalker's going to fire through, and again, a couple of shots already coming out onto that Immortal. A lot of units from Nightmare continue to come across the map. Immortal taking a few more shots. Stalker's still getting beat up on for a little bit of time. We'll be seeing the jump here from Nightmare. Is that just it? That might just be it, to be honest. Immortal is getting jumped and cleaned out. Going to be seeing the Adepts and the Stalker's going to be taking a bunch of damage as well. This honestly does look like we're just going to round this out super quick and easily. Prism now taking damage and getting chased away. And that is probably just going to do it. Damn. It's a bit of a brutal ending as Nightmare just has the 2 Immortals still as the big difference here. That's why it feels so disastrous. And obviously 14 army supply when he taps out is GG as well. Pulling the probes in is not going to make the difference, and that is going to be that. Jeez. Nightmare eliminates Skillus from the competition and is going to keep himself alive in this lower bracket, looking to make a lower bracket run here in the OSC Championship 13. Don't know what Glaives is even for. I imagine he's going Glaives to try and go like Glaive Immortal kind of attack as his opponent hits charge. It's pretty common, but it doesn't help you in this scenario when your opponent just keeps going Stalkers, so... Razorback OTP, thank you so much for the 70 stream watch streak. That's crazy business. Thank you so much for watching all the time. Super appreciate it. Thank you so very much as we take ourselves a leave of the day. Now, first of all, let's show you guys where the OSC Championship bracket is at after this. I will use the official OSC site, which you can find with an exclamation mark B in the Twitch chat. So, in the top bracket, we obviously still have Shin versus Cure, the winner versus Clem versus Beyond versus Hero versus Classic. That will obviously be as it was already. We worked through a lot of this lower bracket today. So we're going to have had Nightmare and Shameless setting up, and Yakov versus Mana setting up. Those are the new series that are ready at the end of today. As obviously we saw, Nightmare beat Skillus, he also beat Trigger, Skillus beat Art originally as well. And then over here, this was our non-PvP section, Art versus Baby Marine. Baby Marine got that one 3-2, only for Yakov to 3-0. And to get that matchup versus Mana ready to go as well. I don't know what the next day of OSC will look like. I don't know if it's going to be a run through the winner bracket or if it's going to be more of this lower bracket. I kind of hope it's more of the lower bracket and we keep some more of that winner bracket to week 3. I'd like to see us kind of jump through like these matches here. I think that'd be really cool. But like I say, I don't make the schedule, and whatever we get is going to be fun. We have to cast all the matches at some point anyway, so it doesn't really matter how we really do it, to be honest. But yeah, that's what we have going on. That's what's happening, and that's what's going to be the OSC Championship bracket is going to be looking like. Now, guys, again, in today's different stage of events, we're going to have things a bit different because we're going to be back in 11 hours time. So I'm going to go out, I'm going to go have some food with Helen, I'm going to go chill for a bit, I'm going to try and get some sleep because in 11 hours we go live with this. The day starts with Innovation versus Sue in the Legends show match, and then we have Cyril versus Hero, Kira versus Solar, Classic versus Clem, Reno versus Mario, Scarlet versus SOS is mixed in there somewhere as well. So that's also in there at some point. If that ain't a fun day of StarCraft 2, I don't know what is. The only downside is it starts in 11 hours. So if you're in Europe, it's the middle of the night for you guys, but I'll probably be live when you guys wake up. If you're in America, you can go to bed with me for once. And if you're anywhere else in the world, it might actually be a fun actual day of StarCraft for you guys instead of having to watch in the middle of the night for a change. So that's going to be in 11 hours' time. What are you waking up at 4 a.m. for SCT? Oh no, I'm waking up at... So the match starts at 3:30. So I'm going to be awake at 3. I think I'm going to... Because I don't know if they're going to do a pre-show. Because the second day starts at 3. So I wonder if they do a pre-show on day 1. I'm going to probably be online at 3 a.m., to be honest. I'm probably going to wake up at 3 and just put my stream straight online. We'll get the clean feed working and just use that as the intro. So yeah. That's going to be at about 3 a.m. So yeah, I'm going to be awake at 3 a.m. for some StarCraft 2. And I hope you guys will join me. I appreciate it's going to be very off time, but day 1, I mean, the last match of day 1 is Reino Maru. That's scheduled to be at 10:45 a.m. for me, so... That's like an hour and a quarter before my usual stream start time. So, hey, you guys might wake up and be able to watch me. So, and if you miss any of it, guys, I might actually rebroadcast this tomorrow. So if this finishes at around my usual start time, I might just start it rebroadcasting to kind of run through the day as well. But if not, then there'll also just be the full YouTube VOD as well. Make sure you do check out the YouTube channel. I'll put the link for that in the Twitch if you're not already there, because, like I say, the full VOD will be on YouTube. The full VOD is on Twitch as well, but I know a lot of you guys prefer watching the VODs on YouTube, so... So, yeah. Alright, awesome, guys. That's going to be it for us today. I appreciate it. I will see you guys in 11 hours for an awesome tournament. As long as the clean feed works, can we just cross our fingers? I didn't get to test it because it was at 3 a.m. this morning, the test. So, I'm just going to presume it works. Hopefully, no issues. Hopefully, it just runs nice and smooth and we can just watch some StarCraft 2 and just enjoy some games at stupid o'clock in the morning. Because who doesn't love that? Alright guys, yeah, I'm going to run some ads on the outro. I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going out to spend some time with the wife before I abandon her for the weekend casting StarCraft. So, I'll see you guys in 11 hours. If you're not there, like I say, watch the VOD. I'll see you on the VOD. Bye, and take care of yourselves, and appreciate you all for watching. Thank you to OSC and Ladder Legends for the OSC Championship games today.